Good morning, participants. My name is Johanna. I'm from the Security and Safety Department of Abuja Continental Hotel. I'm here to give you a brief safety because of this hotel. We don't want to record anything. I don't see my phone. I don't see my laptop. I don't see my bag. That's why we are always emphasizing, if you are going out of your seat, help us and help yourself to go along with your phones, your laptop, your bag. It's a public area. You don't know who is who. So please, we don't expect any drill, but for in case if there's any alarm inside the hall, please don't be panicked. We have a trained ERP members that knows what to do if such thing happen. If you want to locate the restroom from where you are sitting, once you are out from this door, take your right, you see security man standing, asking the restroom for you to use. If you want to use, please, if you want to enter, look where we have female and male restroom. On behalf of the management, we are wishing you all the best of your program. Thank you very much.
All right, once again, good morning, everybody. We welcome you to Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference 2024. Please, can we give them a beautiful round of applause? Let's feel the energy. Thank you all for coming out this morning. It means a lot to us. We are super excited that you're here with us today. Now, we're starting off with an appetizer. It's an appetizer panel session. We'll be looking at the role of public-private partnership in solving governance challenges in agribusiness prosperity in Nigeria. And in doing that, please permit me to hand you over to Jafar Umar, Director General, Nigerian Agribusiness Group, NABG, to take over. Please, can we put our hands together for Jafar Umar as he comes on stage? Good morning.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you once again to this teaser session. My name is Jafar Abakar Umar. I am the Director General of the Nigeria Agribusiness Group, and I would be moderating this fairly breezy session, if you'd like. We would be speaking to some industry experts about the role of public-private partnerships. It will be a very short session, and I would invite you to join us at the end of the session with your questions and contributions on the topic. Now, this panel conversation is quite interesting at a time that food security is a major issue on the front burner of our current generation. With everything happening within the food industry, within the agribusiness sector, and within our policy environment, it is always critical to have impactful conversations that have potential to actually be transformative and provide us with solutions that would get us to that, to these very important topic. I would be inviting some individuals, as I mentioned, industry experts, that we would have this interesting discussion with. First off, and I'm quite proud to introduce this individual. I hope he's here. Dr. Tony Bello. Dr. Tony Bello is the Pioneer Director General of the NABG. You're welcome, sir. He's my predecessor, and currently he's the board chair of Umudike Seeds and the CEO of Shinebridge Global. I would invite you, Dr. Tony Bello, please join me on stage. Yes, if we can have this discussions this morning. Following Dr. Tony Bello, it's a friend and a colleague who is very impressive and is doing so much within the ag sector. Please put your hands together for Ms. Habiba Sule, the head of strategic partnerships at the TGI Group. Following Ms. Habiba, I would invite Uzoamaka Izukane Igwekwe, the chief executive officer of Loom Chocolate. Please put your hands together. And last but not least, I would invite Mr. Stephen Adigun, who is the Executive Secretary of the Seed Entrepreneurs Association of Nigeria, SEDAN. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Stephen Adigun. So we would be having some conversations, and at the end of the session, I would invite the general public, you, our participants, to join us with your comments and your questions as the conversations proceed. Good morning, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me. Even though I did call out your names, I would allow you a few seconds to introduce yourself to our audience here. And so tell them about your name, your position, and the company you represent today. We'll start with you, Habiba.
Hello. Okay. Hi. Good morning. My name is Habiba Suleiman, and I'm the head of strategic partnerships at TGI Group. TGI is Tropical General Investments Group, or a multinational with diverse interests in multiple agricultural value chains and other areas in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Dr. Tony Bello. I am the chairman of the board of Umudike Seeds Company. That's my moonlighting job, but also the chairman of Shinebridge Global Incorporated. We are a food solutions company based in Chesapeake, Virginia, and we provide food technology solutions to small, medium enterprises across Africa. My particular interest is in cassava, so some of my conversations today as it relates to seed will be primarily focused on cassava. I served the former Minister of Agriculture as a senior advisor on agribusiness, Dr. Akiwumi Adesina. Okay. Now I understand the mic is on. Is the mic on now? Sir, is the mic on? I just need to elevate my voice some more.
Yes, or bring the mic closer to you.
Okay, is the mic on? Is it?
Yes, please go on.
No, I see yes. Is it on? No.
It's not?
Can you use yours?
Okay. Maybe they come back to me. Okay. All right. Anyway, very interested in cassava seeds. And we'll be talking about that. My pleasure to be with you, and thanks for the invitation to Sahel and the organizing team. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think my mic is on. Good morning, everybody. My name is Uzo Igweike, and I'm the founder of Loom Craft Chocolates. We are cocoa bean processors and chocolate makers based here in Abuja, and we transform Nigerian cocoa beans into value-added finished products. And we also work directly with cocoa farmers across the country to transfer knowledge and help them improve their post-harvest processing. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Adigun Oludapo from Seed Entrepreneurs Association of Nigeria, with the acronym SEEDAN. SEEDAN is the umbrella body for seed producers, even researchers in the country. The association is tailored towards professionalism in terms of ensuring that farmers get the best varieties that they require at the right time and at a fair price. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will be diving into this conversation fully, and I would love to start this session with, I don't know if you guys caught it earlier, but I said Dr. Tuni Bello is actually the pioneer Director General of the Nigeria Agribusiness Group, my predecessor. So I would love to kick off this conversation with you, sir. Now, we're talking about the theme of this conference, innovative governance models. And as it relates to public-private partnerships now, given your experience, in the agricultural sector and your role at the seed companies and your particular interests in cassava, are you able to tell us how valuable you feel public-private partnerships are in driving inclusive governance models, and what likely impacts is that are those partnerships likely to have for us, especially now and going into the future?
Very well. Thank you so much. Good to see you again. Is my mic on now?
Maybe you can use this one.
Can we confirm if Dr. Bello's mic is working, please?
Yeah.
Okay, we have another mic.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear myself now. Yeah, and thanks for sharing. Really, as I thought about this conference, I was reminded of the role of the public-private sector in creative governance models. Think about it. In 2015, I believe, we wrote a proposal and submitted a proposal to the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa. What was the outcome of that public-private partnership? You mentioned Nigeria Agribusiness Group. This is the apex public-private partner, public sector institution that was built during the agricultural transformation agenda. In collaboration with the private sector, SEEDAN, FEPSAN, and the Nigeria Agribusiness Group, we were able to institute what is now called the Nigerian Agricultural Seed Council Act of 2019. If there was no private sector engagement, we probably would not have that law or that act today. I repealed an act that was from like 2000 or in the 1970s. So that's one major accomplishment I have seen. The Fertilizer Quality Control Bill also came out of the public-private partnership and governance model that was instituted under AGRA. The delivery of electronic delivery of farm inputs during the agricultural transformation agenda also comes to mind, where we were working at the time with seed vendors, make sure the quality of the seeds were at par. Whether it was for rice, I personally worked with Syngenta to bring Syngenta back to Nigeria. So there are so many examples. I think at the end of the day, one thing that is clear is there must be accountability, clearly defined roles and responsibilities between our civil servants in terms of the public sector and the private sector groups. We have to work on taking out corrupt practices where individuals may see public funds or even donor funds as their personal property. And I can talk a little bit more about that. But at the end of the day, I think the key things to support this public-private partnership effort is innovative financing. We found that with AGRA. They supported the programs with a total budget of almost $1 million USD. That's an innovative financing model that has helped Nigeria to move forward. Institutionalization of cluster farming is so important. We can't reach all individual farmers, but let us also think about cooperatives, strong cooperatives where we can reach the smallholder farmers. Leveraging technology for distribution of seeds. And I mentioned that before. At the time, we called it Growth Enhancement Support Scheme, where we were reaching farmers through e-wallet system. Policies and regulations are there, but we must find institutional mechanisms to implement the acts and the laws that we have in the land. And last but not the least is building capacity. But we must define this with clear roles and responsibilities for the private sector and the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Tony, please. I'll go to you now, Habiba. I mean, the TGI group, WACOT, WASIL, you know, some very, very innovative business models actually exist within that ecosystem. Tell us whether there's a role that public-private partnerships has played in ensuring the success of some of these business models within the TGI group.
Thank you very much for that question. So here's the thing, right? We all agree that government cannot do everything. Government cannot be everywhere. And in most cases, the closest entities or institutions to rural communities that produce 90% of our foods are private sector players, right? So what this means is then that private sector must actively inform government policies when we're talking about food security. Those experiences must be part of what is, you know, informing the curation of what is informing how food security systems are working, what mechanisms work, what has worked, what has failed, you know. And so one example, again, I think like Dr. Bello echoed, was that for us, it was a simple case of before we even set up manufacturing and value addition, we had to make sure that there was a supply base for that to happen. You know, there were farmers that were producing. And deliberately, so for us, TGI does not do commercial farming. It's a deliberate strategy to ensure that we're backward integrating. And as you know, that's part of, you know, an emphatic government policy that says when you're setting up, there's so much incentive to support smallholder farmers. You know, there's so much encouragement to work with smallholder farmers. So across all of our value chains, for example, rice being a prime example, because Nigeria consumes a lot of rice, is that we actively invested in outgrower farming. Smallholder farmers provide agri-input financing, bring in capacity building support. And again, obviously, speaking to what I said prior about how that presence and that local presence that you have also means that you're better informed about those problems at that level, right? So again, all of the issues about climate change impact, I better understand because I'm on the ground, I know, right? And it affects my raw material supply. So I have to do something about it. And so TGI, we always say that we're a solutions-driven company because a lot of our investments you see are around finding solutions for problems that we found on the ground. Even it doesn't matter if government was supposed to do it. We realized that, look, for my business to thrive, I have to invest in this. I have to support smallholder farmers to provide quality quality agricultural produce that feeds into my product. And again, I like to say as well that a lot of today, Kebbi, for example, is the leading rice producing state in Nigeria. It wasn't like that, a couple of years back. And this is because of deliberate investment in rice producing, for smallholder farmers, providing that support, providing extension services where it's not there, providing access to finance where it's not there, whether or not you're a microfinance company, whether it means you have to rework your model to ensure that farmers have access to quality agri-input financing, providing markets where there's a fragmented value chain, structure in those places. So all of these things for me speaks to the fact that government needs to actively work with private sector players in that space. That's the only way to ensure that solutions are sustainable, because we'll be there for a very long time, right? So that's the best way really to ensure that these solutions are mainstreamed all the way to where they matter, and also ensure that we're actively achieving larger food security goals, larger job creation goals, climate adaptation, whatever it is you want, because there's a model that is sustainable at that level.
Round of applause, please, for Habiba. Uzuamaka, chocolates. I'm sure a large number of people, including myself in this room, are fans of your products. But in most cases, we don't know the story behind the production, the different actors along the value chains when it comes to chocolate production.
To cut you short, but the audio is not very clear. Yes, the audio is not very clear. Yes, so maybe exactly, so it's a bit distorted. So maybe if you bring the mic a bit closer to your mouth, I can make out the words.
Is this better? Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Much better, okay. So I'm asking for you to tell us those stories that we obviously don't see within the value chain that produces chocolate at the end of the day. And how would you say your industry connects with the public sector to ensure that as a private sector organization, you thrive and provide value to your customers?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I hope everybody can hear me clearly. So yes, what we do is basically work with cocoa farmers, and Loomcraft Chocolate was basically set up to add value to Nigerian cocoa beans. And that's exactly what we do. We make value-added products like chocolate bars for sale, both in country and to be exported as well. So when you talk about stories that, people are not very aware of what goes behind the scene, upstream and downstream, I'll give you something I noticed basically when we started working with cocoa farmers. We noticed that the cocoa farmers are not necessarily used to, Nigerian cocoa farmers are not used to processing their cocoa beans in a way that you can make really high quality chocolate from it. So normally when you harvest cocoa, there are several post-harvest processes that you're supposed to go through, including fermentation and drying. And typically fermentation takes 5 days and drying could take up to between 5 and 7 days. So the total amount of time after harvest in certain cases could be up to 14 days. But you find that there are so many issues, upstream, and one of them being poverty sort of prevents the farmers from actually spending the appropriate amount of time in these post-harvest processes. So what they do is that they harvest and go straight to drying and then try to sell off, of course, in a bid to make back money to plant again and to, go into the next harvest season. And at the end of the day, the quality of the cocoa is very low. I mean, you can't use it to make high quality chocolates. And most people that buy it up just make end products that are overly sweetened and full of chemical preservatives. So what we did, because we're working on a small scale, one of the things that I discovered when I was researching how to make chocolate was that you don't need to have more than 2 ingredients in a chocolate bar, just your cocoa bean and your sugar. So with high quality cocoa beans and sugar, you are able to make, beautiful, delicious chocolate. So what we did is that we started to train the farmers that we work with and also incentivize them, because if they're spending more time, you need to be paying for that time. So what we do is that we pay up to 30% more than the farm gate price. So that way they spend, the 14 days, up to 14 days, between 10 and 14 days, fermenting properly so that you have the quality of cocoa that you need. And at the end of the day, we find that is a mutually beneficial relationship in that they get decent and fair wages while we get the quality that we need to make good chocolate. That's one of the examples of the things that we discovered when we started working with cocoa farmers. And then when you talk about how governance models can help we in the industry, I believe that there are several ways. And what I will start with examples, is models that basically enhance the value chain operations, basically. So I broke it down into two. You talk about platforms and you talk about policies. When you talk about platforms, you need some sort of a mechanism to bring all these actors together so that they are able to transact in a transparent way, and institutional voids are sort of breached. And I'll give an example with what we have in the cocoa industry. It's called, is a digital platform called Cocoa Connect. And Cocoa Connect is actually a digital platform that is sponsored by Nexim and implemented by Safital. And what it does is that it brings cocoa players across the continent in Africa under the same platform. So you register, you submit your CAC, you submit your ID, and then you're verified. What happens? But number one, my cost of discovery is greatly minimized in that I'm in Abuja, my factory is in Abuja, but I don't have to make the trip to Taraba State. I don't have to make the trip to Akwa Ibom to discover new farmers, right? So my cost of discovery is reduced. And then platforms like that build trust in that, because I know that the people I'm dealing with on Cocoa Connect are verified, I'm not afraid to do business with them. Yeah. Then when you talk about policies, I feel like policies that encourage cooperatives, policies that encourage aggregation centers and traceability systems, for example, help strengthen, the value chain generally. Then apart from that, if you talk about, let's say, access to premium markets, for example, because we know that's where the money is. I'm a proponent of creating balance when it comes to local consumption and export. I don't believe all our cocoa should be exported. I believe that we should actually invest in value addition and take advantage of the huge population in the country and also feed the nation. I mean, there's more to cocoa than chocolate, right? Cocoa is like, and if we can find innovative ways to process it that is not as expensive as chocolate, most of the population will be able to access the nutrients and all the benefits within cocoa. Back to exports, sorry. So I believe that, for us in our company, what we do is that we target to sell half of our products in country and the other half for export. But for you to access the premium markets, which is mostly in Europe and in the US, you have to meet very stringent quality, traceability, and sustainability requirements. And if we have models that help us achieve these requirements, then we can strengthen the value chain and also access that market without jeopardizing what we consume locally. And I'll give another example just the last one and then I'll go. I'll give another example of how PPP also plays a part and how it's working. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council works with Nigerian SMEs to help them achieve some of these certifications. So if you're going to sell chocolates abroad and you intend to be competitive, you need to talk about organic certifications, you need to talk about fair trade and all that. So what NEPC does is that it partners with certification organizations, right, So they don't give the SMEs, for example, direct grants, but they do give you access to this certification absolutely for free. So in that way, you have a tripartite agreement and everybody benefits. NEPC is able to achieve its objective of promoting exports. The certification organizations now get a customer for life because certifications expire and you need to renew. While we as the SMEs get some sort of a launching pad, right? We're not starting from scratch. We don't need to invent because certifications are not cheap, right? But NEPC gives us that platform to launch free of charge and make our products accessible globally. Sorry for taking too much time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Stephen, I mean, seed, that's where it basically all starts from, right? And I know that there is a seed policy that is currently being promoted by the National Seed Council. So my question to you now is, how is Sudan partnering with the Seed Council to ensure that this seed policy that is supposed to protect farmers and basically ensure our food security being implemented effectively across the country? If you can make it a bit snappy too, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a minute. Yes, seed itself is the beginning point for any agricultural transformation, as you have mentioned earlier. But one key thing that is very crucial for farmers to be able to benefit from the policies that are on ground has to do with what? We need to strengthen the seed certification and quality control process itself, because that's what gives assurances to farmers that, yes, this particular variety that I've bought, this seed that I've bought is of good quality. And if I invest in cultivating it, I'll get value from it. And in the old system itself, there's a need to have a system that is transparent, a system that is accountable, and a one that responds to consequence management, whereby there are strict regulations in terms of ensuring that farmers have quality seeds in the market. At Sudan, what we do is that we ensure that our members and even seed producers in Nigeria produce the highest quality seeds for our farmers. It's not an easy task, but it involves advocacy, even going down to the farmer level through the use of seed demonstration field days, as well as establishment of demo plots closer to the farmers. And last but not the least, it has to do with what? Ensuring that farmers in these remote areas become seed agents in their communities, whereby they're able to serve the farmers therein. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know I'm being pushed for time, but do you think we have at least 5 minutes to just get, even if it's one question from the audience? Any comment, question for our panelists here? We have a young lady in the front here. Can we get her a mic? She's seated here. Over here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much. Uzamaka, can you speak more to NIPC and NEPC? Because I think this forum should hear that.
They're both different. What I actually referenced was NEPC, the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. But I think NIPC is something to do with investments, right? But I haven't really done any work with NIPC, so that I can't really speak much on that. But yes, I work with NEPC, and any business that is serious about exporting has to have that relationship with NEPC. And one thing I would say to anybody that is trying to explore a relationship with NEPC is just walk up to them I think that generally we as SMEs tend to shy away from government agencies because of, should I say, maybe a poor track record. I don't know what to call it, but the approach I've always taken was to just go there, just walk into the office and tell them, introduce yourself, let them know you would like to see the DG, you'd like to see somebody in charge, right? Just go there. And that's exactly what I did with NEPC. And the benefits I've gotten from NEPC include certification, access to trade shows, and generally access to exhibitions, both in country and outside of the country. So let's not underestimate should I say, the strength of the agencies now. We can just approach them and access the benefits of having them around. Thank you.
Can we have one more person, preferably Emil?
Thank you very much. I'm by name Joseph Estefanos. I'm a rice farmer, and in my cluster we have about 20,000 hectares of rice farm. I'm going straight to see that. As a local farmer, how can we have access to your programs in a such a way that, because definitely we have a need of intervention that we are the cluster. So we want to see what are the programs that you have made for the local farmers. How can we have access to that? Thank you very much. Your location, please.
I'm not sure I got the question.
Thank you very
The
much.
question is, how can your cluster of farmers have access to programs?
Yeah, what are the programs? They are programs meant for the local farmers.
Whose programs?
Sedan.
Sedan, okay.
Yes, Sedan. And how can we have access to them?
Sure.
Thank you very much. My name is Theophilus Danladi Davara. I'm a rice farmer too. Talking about Sedan. As a local farmer, I've come to discover that whenever one buys hybrid seedlings, there is this tendency that for that first year, there will be a harvest that is huge. But as time goes on, if out of the harvest, some is kept for the subsequent planting, the harvest tends to go down. So I want to ask that, how long can a particular seedling be used before purchasing another hybrid for same product? Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes. Together, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will just start with the last question on hybrid seed. Hybrid seed is different from open pollinated seed. Hybrid seed is when you plant it the first season, you are meant to get 100% of the yield potential of that particular hybrid seed. But when you now go to save the seed from it and plant it the next year, you are expected to get like 75% of it. The next season it gets down to about 50%. Whereas for open pollinated variety, that does not usually apply to it because the genetic composition of it is different. For an hybrid, you have parents from, or two or more parents from who have different traits that are being combined to get this particular trait. So that's the reason why you get that kind of thing, because you have to go back to the seed company to procure the seeds for hybrid seed itself. And closely related to that has to do with the first question, which has to do with what are the programs available. The major problem that is affecting some farmers in Nigeria is that they are unstructured in terms of not forming cooperatives. There is a model being used in potato value chain in the Netherlands, which brings potato farmers into a cooperative whereby they are able to access finance, carry out research and development on the varieties that are best suited to their production system. So in terms of programs, there have been past initiatives, the Anchor Grower program, the Growth Enhancement Support Scheme itself. Currently, there is one called Nigeria Agro Pockets Input Distribution Scheme in the country itself. And currently, there's a platform that is being worked on whereby farmers can connect to know the available varieties as well as the quantities and even the companies that have such varieties. The software is being developed at the moment, and it will be shared and disseminated to the public once it's ready to enhance market distribution and market access. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. I guess this brings us to the end of this session. I can see a few hands up. Can we please network offline so that we can keep the conversations going? We do have to move the conference along. Thank you very much to our panelists. I wish we had more time to discuss a bit more on partnerships, but this has been fruitful. Thank you so much. And thank you to our audience.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again to our panelists and to our moderator. Please, can we stay back for a group photograph, please? Jafar Umar, please kindly stay back for a group photograph. Thank you. Many thanks to our moderator, Jafar Umar, Director General, Nigerian Agribusiness Group, NABG. And they have been looking at the role of public-private partnership in solving governance challenges for agribusiness prosperity in Nigeria. Once again, please, let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, our distinguished guests. If you're just walking in, we want to thank you for coming to the Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference 2024. We really appreciate the fact that you're here and that you have chosen to spend your Thursday morning with us. And at this moment, I'd like to please crave your indulgence to please rise as we now take on the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as the opening prayer. Thank you all. Okay, so if we're ready, please let's go. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you very much. You may please be seated. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, Chairman, Sahel Consultant, notable dignitaries present here, it is my distinct honor to specially welcome you to the Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference 2024. My name is Zulaihat Belagobir, and I am a broadcast journalist and an event compere. Thank you for having me. Well, I'll be working with my sign language interpreter and the team. Please, thank you very much for having us. Please, on that note, can we put our hands together, to appreciate the team that have worked tirelessly to put this event together. I think we need to support them more with a louder applause. Thank you. Well, this year's theme, Innovative Governance Models, a Pathway to Food Security in Nigeria. As we all know, Nigeria's journey towards food security is a complex and urgent challenge. Food security is a fundamental human right, a pressing issue that millions worldwide grapple with. This conference will serve as a platform for exchanging ideas, showcasing innovations, and catalyzing actions towards building resilient and sustainable food systems. Together, we can harness the power of innovative governance to ensure a future where all Nigerians have access to nutritious and affordable food. As we officially commence, please permit me to welcome Temitope Adegore. Temi is a business leader and agribusiness expert with experience in supporting the key actors in African agriculture and food ecosystem to build resilient business models to achieve food system sustainability. Temi is the managing partner at Sahel Consulting, and his deep-seated passion and commendable professional trajectory have earned him a reputable as a seasoned strategist and an astute manager, expertly guiding the company through the complex terrains of client engagement, project execution, and overall strategic direction. Very distinguished guests, please let's put our hands together for Temitope Adegore, Managing Partner, Sahel Consulting Agriculture Nutrition Limited, for his welcome address. You're welcome, Temi.
The Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagodo. The Minister is currently on his way and is very close. The Honorable Minister of State, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi. The German Ambassador to Nigeria, Annette Gunther, thank you for being here. The Head of Cooperation of the European Union, Massimo De Luca, thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. The Mission Director, United States Agency for International Development, USAID in Nigeria, Melissa Hay Jones, thank you very much for being here. My able chairman at Sahel Consulting, Mezo Iwuneli, country directors of development organizations and heads of various organizations and private sector companies here present, distinguished actors in the food ecosystem in Nigeria. Thank you all for making it to this very important gathering today. Distinguished guests, good morning and a warm welcome to the 2024 Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference. I'm deeply grateful to each of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here today. It is truly a pleasure to see so many familiar faces in the room. Our partners, thought leaders, experts, and advocates for a stronger Nigeria food system all gathered here. Your presence is greatly appreciated. I would like to extend special thanks to esteemed partners who have worked alongside us to make this vital and timely conference possible. My gratitude goes to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, the German Development Corporation, the United States Agency for International Development, Mercy Corps, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, Chemonix International, IFA International, the International Food Policy Research Institute, and the Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development for their invaluable collaboration and sponsorship. Thank you so much for working together with us in this journey. At Sahel Consulting, our mission is deeply rooted in transforming the agricultural and nutrition landscape. We do this through extensive collaboration with various stakeholders, governments, agencies, international development organizations, and private entities. Our work spans market research across key value chains, policy engagements, strategic advisory, and implementation of innovative ecosystem solutions, programs, and business models. We believe that the development actors and private sector organizations are pivotal to driving growth within this sector, and we provide them with the tools and support needed for success. Together with our sister organization, the African Food Changemakers, we are uniquely positioned to address the challenges facing our food systems. We actively engage with public and private sector players to implement high-impact interventions, ranging from seed system development and agribusiness support to livelihood improvements, market system development, gender equity, youth empowerment, and policy design, and of course, policy implementation. These initiatives target critical areas in the agricultural sector, helping to drive sustainable growth and positive change. As we all gather here today, we do so at a time of immense significance, and I believe you will all agree with me, that climate change is no longer a distant concern or threat to us. It is an immediate reality, and it's impacting all aspects of our lives, especially our diet and food systems. Despite Nigeria's rich culinary heritage, food insecurity persists. As of the third quarter of 2024 this year, food inflation has reached about 33%, with most Nigerian households spending nearly 60% of their income on food. Additionally, about 31.8 million Nigerians were still food insecure as of August 2024. These figures underscore the importance of the Sahel's Food Systems Changemakers Conference and the continued effort in convening this important gathering in addressing the gaps within Nigeria's food system. Last year, our conference focused on rethinking food and nutrition security in the face of climate change and catalyzed actions. We actually catalyzed a number of actions, and I'll mention a few of those actions. The first one, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition conducted sensitization sessions across several states in Nigeria in a bid to promote the adoption of the subnational food systems dashboard as a tool for evidence decision-making or policy-making in Nigeria. And we know that GAIN has been doing a lot of work in really helping various partners in the ecosystem to adopt the national food system dashboard and ensure that we actually start to use the data in that dashboard to drive policy making and evidence-based decision making across various organizations. Number two, Sahel Consulting, with funding from the Bill Amanda Gates Foundation, launched the Building Sustainable Climate Monitoring for Resilient Agricultural Systems. And I see Dr. Audu smiling. We tried to use Dr. Haudu's picture trying to launch that project earlier in 2024. This project is focused on developing early warning systems for smallholder farmers and other actors in the sector. This project is directly supporting key government institutions responsible for climate early warning systems in Nigeria, including NIMET, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Federal Ministry of Environment, and NEMA, and a few other government institutions. NIMET also established the National Framework on Climate Services, and a committee has been inaugurated by the Director General of NIMET, supported by the World Meteorological Organization. And an MOU also is currently being signed with MTN and a few other telecommunication organizations to enable smallholder farmers to access reliable climate information via mobile technology. Number three, the Sijata Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture, which was a partner last year, developed a strategy to harmonize smallholder farmers' dashboard and is currently seeking funding to support the implementation of this. This platform will provide market price, weather information, agro-dealer networks, and other critical data disaggregated by state and LGAs, and it will be available to various partners in the ecosystem. Now, this year, we aim to amplify innovative governance models that can offer fresh perspectives and practical solutions to the challenges facing Nigeria's food systems. We recognize that inefficient governance structures, inadequate policies, and limited collaboration have hindered progress in our food systems for so long. Achieving food security in Nigeria requires governance innovations that foster efficient, evidence-based decision-making. And our goal this year is to identify actionable steps and establish a framework for mutual accountability. Sahel Consulting is ready to collaborate with key organizations to turn the ideas and strategies from this conference into reality, promoting innovative governance models that will drive sustainable growth in the agricultural sector. I wish all of us a productive and impactful conference. Your presence and active participation are invaluable, and together we will look forward to shaping a more secure, sustainable, and resilient food future for Nigerians and beyond. Thank you for being here, and you're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Temitope Adigore. Can we put our hands together for him? Beautiful welcome address. And on that note, I think we're progressing and we are about to take the chairman's address. Our very distinguished guest, Mezo Umuneli, Board Chair, Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited. Mezo has over 2 decades of experience in private equity, investment banking, and corporate finance. He launched Sahel Capital's debut fund, FAFIN, in 2014 and SEFA in 2021. He oversees investment capital deployment and portfolio management at Sahel Capital. Mezo serves on the boards of Sahel Capital's portfolio companies, ABCA, NABII, and is a founding director of PEVCA. He also co-founded AACE Foods and Sahel Consulting in 2010 and remains a non-executive director of both organizations. Mezo holds an MBA from Harvard Business School and a BSc in Industrial Management from Carnegie Mellon University. Our very distinguished guests, please let's put our hands together for the chairman's address. I think we should sustain it until he gets here. Thank you.
Very excited to be here this morning. And I especially want to thank Temi Adegoroye, Aisha Hedija, and Chinju Abara, who have provided leadership to Sahel Consulting over the years. And they and the team have really been instrumental in putting this conference together. So please, if we'll give them a warm round of applause for the hard work they've done over the past few years. Now, the passion underlying a lot of this work for the conference is really how do we address food security in Nigeria? Because if we don't address this base need that underpins quite a bit of economic growth, there are a number of key indicators that would not be able to achieve. And it's such a critical element, not only for just addressing the basic food needs of individuals, but also economic and political security within the country. If we look at the US across the European Union as well,
We face a crisis of food and nutrition insecurity in Nigeria. But I know I'm talking to a room full of people who already know this. I was listening to the spokesperson of the president yesterday evening talking about the shifts in the cabinet. And the question came up about food insecurity. And he said the magic words. This is the biggest challenge we are facing as a nation. So if we thought they didn't know this, well, now they do. And I think when we think about malnutrition, it's costing us billions of dollars in lost productivity alone as a country. But we also know that nutrition is connected to the food that we have available to us. And we know that food systems, the way that food gets produced and then gets translated to our tables has an impact on malnutrition. And so we have to transform our food systems to enable them produce more, to enable them produce the right types of food, and to deliver food and nutrition security to our people. But when we talk about food systems transformation, we also know that it is a complex issue. It brings in multiple parts of government. It relies heavily on the private sector. It requires the support of those of us in this room who are, if you like, ecosystem actors or support. And so I think when you think about this more deeply, you begin to get a sense that the key issue that we need to be looking at and dealing with is actually the coordination and the governance of our transformation of food systems. And that's why, you know, this year's conference is really critical. That's why, you know, it's important from our perspective that we focus on governance models for food system transformation. For those of you who don't know who GAIN is, our purpose is to improve or advance nutritional outcomes by improving the consumption of nutritious and safe food for all people, especially the most vulnerable in our society. We have a number of where we have impact and dietary shift targets. But at the hardest impact level, we're already improving the consumption of nutritious foods and currently reaching about 31 million people with that. So we are really pleased to be partnering with Sahel. Sahel, they do a lot of the kind of things that we think are important to really move this conversation, but beyond conversation, action forward in Nigeria, supporting the ecosystem, actually delivering projects on the ground, convening, you know, like this, bringing the right people into the room. And we look forward to a very successful conference today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that electrifying address. Please, can we put our hands together for Michael Ojo, Country Director, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. All right. For the next goodwill message, very distinguished guest, please let's put our hands together as I welcome on stage German Ambassador to Nigeria, Annette Gunther. You're welcome.
Thank you, Zulayhat. Thank you, Timmy, Aisha, everyone, organizers. Thank you for having me. I stand on existing protocols. Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to address this important conference, and it was said by previous speakers how important it is at this point in time. I speak on behalf of the German government at this time of unprecedented challenges, but also immense opportunities. It is a particular and important, significant year for us as it marks 50 years of German development cooperation in Nigeria. Mizu, you named the year 1974. This is when we officially started. Our cooperation, of course, dates back many, many more years. But since then, it's half a century of shared commitment, progress, and partnership. Over the decades, German cooperation has been dedicated to support Nigeria in the pursuit of sustainable development and resilience. At the heart of this cooperation lies our shared vision of food systems transformation, which we believe is critical to addressing the intertwined challenges of food security, environmental sustainability, and inclusive economic growth. Food systems do more than just feed people. They are the backbone of livelihoods, economies, and also our environment. However, the current practices, not only in Nigeria, are not fit for the future that we envision. As our world changes, our food systems must evolve, and we must meet the needs of growing populations while respecting the environmental limits of our planet. The German government, through its cooperation efforts, is fully committed to rethinking and reshaping how food is produced, distributed, and consumed in Nigeria. Our approach goes beyond increasing productivity. It is about creating food systems that are inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. These food systems must not only ensure food security, but also protect the environment, promote equitable economic growth, and improve social outcomes. The transformation must balance four critical dimensions of food systems: the people, profits, planet, and purpose. It's not just about generating economic outcomes, but about ensuring sustainable livelihoods, protecting our environment, and fostering social equity. As partners, Germany, we are working on multiple fronts to create agri-food systems that are economically viable, environmentally sound, and socially inclusive. In Nigeria, we are proud to support efforts that span from increasing access to nutritious food, improving agricultural finance, to reducing post-harvest losses, especially through innovations like agroecology, renewable energy, for more productive use. These initiatives address the complexities of food systems, recognizing that agricultural value chains alone are not enough. We also must consider environmental outcomes and ensure responsible use of natural resources in a holistic and balanced way. Agri-food systems have been transforming throughout human history. Let us just think about the modern plant breeding revolution or the emergence of supermarkets and the way they impact the way we produce and consume foods. Current debate is not only about observing food system transformation, but about intentionally intervening, about using this knowledge about how the system works in order to change it for better and make it deliver the outcomes we desire. This implies a paradigm shift. Rather than just focusing on raising productivity to bring more food to the table, a transformative agenda tries to leverage the multifunctionality of agri-food systems and having effect on additional outcomes such as climate and biodiversity. It's about building resilience. It's about ensuring that food systems can adapt to crises, from extreme weather events to economic fluctuations, which are already being felt very much here in Nigeria. We are committed to working in partnership with all of you, government, civil society, private sector, local communities, to foster the kind of transformation that will lead to a better and more sustainable future for all of us. And as we celebrate 50 years of development partnership in Nigeria, I would like to highlight that we have made some remarkable achievements together as a result of strong partnerships with everyone. Government on federal and state level, civil society, and local communities. However, the journey does not stop here. The challenges we face require even greater collective action. We must embrace a genuine transformation requiring innovative solutions and the collaboration of everyone. Let me conclude by emphasizing that this is not a task we can achieve in isolation. Over the past 5 decades, German cooperation has been built on the values of partnership and shared vision, and we remain steadfast in our commitment to working together, as we believe that only through collective action we can achieve the meaningful change that is required and that we are talking about here. Food systems transformation requires deep and sustained cooperation. It requires the input and expertise of all sectors of societies. It requires a vision of the future that is ambitious, sustainable, and inclusive. As we look to the future, we are confident that with continued cooperation, innovation, and determination, we can create a food system that not only meets the needs of today, but also safeguards the well-being of future generations. And on this note, I wish us a very insightful conference, very lively discussions, and the participants, the feeling that they go home enriched with more knowledge, with more partnerships, with more connections, so that they can contribute, that we can work together on this food systems transformation that we need. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Annette Gunther, German ambassador to Nigeria. Once again, can we put our hands together for her? Beautiful welcome, goodwill message there. Once again, we want to thank you all for joining us here at Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference 2024. As we walk in, we really appreciate your presence here. Good morning once again to all of us. Still taking a goodwill message. Please permit me to welcome Massimo De Luca, Head of Cooperation, European Union, up on stage for his goodwill message. Please, with a round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me today. I think that it's a great honor, and I would like to acknowledge really the authorities here with us, the minister, the representatives of the missions in Nigeria. I see Melissa, I see the German ambassador, our partners, Marcus Wagner from GIZ, and all the other partners that are so steadfast in their work with us and with Nigeria. I fully echo what the German ambassador just said in two main respects. First, the breadth of the work that we are called to embrace as partners. There is a really huge array of matters that we are called to cover, and they are all important, all imperative to address the challenges that we face. From the science-based research down to working on family, household nutrition issues that arise in the country, and everything in between. This is the first aspect that I would like to emphasize of our work. The second, the importance of partnerships. Indeed, it is imperative to work all together. I would like to refer now today to the work that we do as a donors community within the Nigerian Donor Partner Group, where indeed we do work together. We work together not only in aligning our actions, getting to know what we do, getting to know about the synergies, but also maybe highlight a few dimensions of our work. As European Union, implementation partners to improve, we need to improve on the food security, because unfortunately food insecurity is fueling insecurity in the country. And with the support of our partners, GIZ in particular, I must say, we are really looking at addressing food insecurity in insecurity affected regions. We just signed a contract that we call SUSI, which is a project that covers generally basically all the aspects of conflict-ridden areas, but in particular addressing the situations where the security situation, like in Borno, is compounded by climate insecurity, and trying to support communities in those areas in Borno around the Lake Chad to have the means to sustain themselves and to have schemes, social, let's call them social protection schemes generally, but that really target nutrition in particular. By the same token, we are working on hydroponic agriculture in Kaduna, for example, and we are trying also to support those value chains in the north and in the middle belt that can be critical in reversing the paradigm, the security paradigm, and the food insecurity paradigm of those areas. I really loved the NICOP program that we implemented with our German friends. They have a stand outside, and I'm afraid the stand doesn't really necessarily explain the beauty of the project. There are things, success stories in that project, like the impact on tomato production, like their ability to export organic ginger to the European Union, that still impress me. And I think, again, that's another sector yet again that we need to address. And from our side, our full commitment to the development of the value chains in Nigeria, we are looking at dairy in particular and associated value chains right now. Our commitment to working with all the partners, with the donor community and with the government to provide as much response as we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that beautiful welcome address. Head of Cooperation, European Union, Massimo De Luca. Moving on, let's welcome Chief of Party, Lebanon Enterprise Development Project, Changemakers International, Douglas Griffith. All right, there he is. You're welcome.
Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, Chairman of Sahel Consulting, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Mission Director Jones. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. And honestly, when I look out and I see so many people, I can see it's a real testimony to the role that Sahel is playing in the agriculture and food security space. It's really exciting, and I'm honored to be here. And I'm pleased to be representing Changemakers International. I was formerly the Chief of Party in Lebanon, currently a Managing Director in our headquarters based in Washington, D.C. Changemakers is a leading development organization and a trusted partner of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, globally and here in Nigeria. When Sahel Consulting approached us about sponsoring this conference, we knew we needed to be present. The aim of this gathering, harnessing the power of innovation to ensure a future where all Nigerians have access to nutritious and affordable food, had echoes of our own organizational mission to promote meaningful change around the world, helping people to live healthier, more productive, and more independent lives. And what is more essential to that than food and nutrition security? In our 50-year history, Changemakers is no stranger to tackling this issue. We have applied a systems-level, resilient strengthening approach in many countries, anchored by private sector engagement and local partnerships. Indeed, here in Nigeria, for 15 years, from around 2002 to 2017, we were deeply engaged in strengthening food systems through a series of mostly USAID-funded activities, notably the Maximizing Agricultural Revenue and Key Enterprises and Target States Markets and Markets 2 activities, during which we helped to connect small farmers to markets, improve agricultural practices, and ensure the inclusion of women and children, and introducing models and technologies that are still being used today. In Uganda, where I was a team leader before Lebanon, in fact, we implemented for USAID similar Feed the Future programs, where we successfully boosted on-farm productivity and strengthened market linkages, promoted agriculture, production, trade, and related services as profitable enterprises for youth, and worked and assisted the government of Uganda to develop and roll out a pluralistic extension system, much like as envisioned here in the new extension policy, to reform the country's seed and agrochemicals policies to ensure that small farmers could access high quality and genuine inputs, and to increase awareness and adoption of product quality standards and the practices required to meet them, to facilitate trade and improve nutrition and food security. Today, in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda, we are tackling the issue of the challenge of limited access to agricultural finance, again, through 2 USAID-funded projects, where we've helped to facilitate over $165 million in financing for agriculture and agricultural enabling sectors. Lastly, also today, we're continuing work in agricultural food systems in Lebanon and Ukraine, 2 countries that are facing tremendous challenges, working with market systems actors to continue production that feeds their nations, and in the case of Ukraine, indeed the world. Through these experiences and many others, we've learned many important lessons, of which I'll only highlight 2. In fact, the first has already been mentioned, so I won't speak too long on it. Partnerships, the importance of partnerships. No single actor can reach development impact at scale. We need to work together. And local partners are most critical in helping to understand and identify the challenges and the solutions to address food security challenges, and are critical partners for investing in strong communities and resilient systems. Second lesson is the importance of facilitation. As development partners, we see one of our principal roles as bringing market system actors together, again, to identify and find solutions to problems, and to ensure that farmers and agribusinesses are central to that discussion so they can represent their own interests and their own needs. Today's event reflects both lessons, in as much as Sahel has brought us here as partners, representing a multitude of perspectives and positions within and around Nigeria's food and agricultural system, to consider how we can together put Nigeria on an irreversible path to food and nutrition security. So I look forward to being with you today, to our discussions, to contributing, and to learning from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Douglas Griffith, Chief of Party Lebanon Enterprise Development Project, Changemakers International. Once again, please let's put our hands together for him. Still bringing forth more goodwill messages. Very distinguished guests, please let's welcome on stage the Country Director, German Development Corporation Nigeria and ECOWAS, Marcus Wagner. You're welcome.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, change makers, and everyone present. It is a privilege to be with you today at the Sahel Changemakers Conference 2024. So I'm truly grateful for this. This gathering brings together innovative minds, dedicated leaders, and passionate individuals who are committed to transforming our food systems for the better. This conference also marks a personal anniversary for me, as 2 years ago, it was the very first event I attended after coming back to Nigeria. Mizu, I'm very much looking forward to the years ahead. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing teams of this very important event, namely Aisha and her team, as well as the partners and supporters who have worked tirelessly to make this a reality. Your dedication to addressing the complex challenges in agriculture is most inspiring. You all are aware that the state of food insecurity is at a critical juncture. While we face significant challenges ranging from climate change to food insecurity, from governance to social inclusion, we also are witnessing remarkable progress, thanks to the efforts of change makers like you. Your leadership, your innovation, and courage are driving the transformation that will shape the system we all desire. At GIZ, as a part of Team Germany, as well as Team Europe, we believe in the power of partnerships and collective action. The complex issues facing the sector require all of us, governments, civil society, private sector, local communities, and international partners, to come together and harness our collective strengths. It is only through collaboration that we can achieve sustainable development, promote resilience, and unlock the full potential of a transformative agri-food system. For 5 decades now, as Her Excellency, the German Ambassador to Nigeria, Ms. Annette Günther, has mentioned, German Development Corporation has worked alongside the federal ministries of Agriculture and Food Security, Environment and Natural Resources, Energy and Mineral Resources, Industry, Trade and Investment, Budget and Economic Planning, as well as the Nigerian civil society. Organizations, farmer groups, agribusinesses, financial institutions, private sector stakeholders, and other change agents. Together, we have made a significant stride in advancing agricultural transformation and promoting resilient livelihoods. GIZ in Nigeria and with the ECOWAS has a clear vision of sustainable and inclusive agri-food systems that support resilient livelihoods and food security across Nigeria, but also the ECOWAS region. Our work targets a multifunctional agri-food system that serves and feeds people, generates profit, operates with planetary boundaries, recognizes planetary boundaries, and is fit for purpose to sustain a growing population in Nigeria. Within the transformation of agri-food systems, GIZ, on behalf of our commissioning partners within the German government, as well as the European Union and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, leads 7 core projects aimed at value chains, trade, integration of livestock and rice cultivation, agricultural finance, advisory services for agri-food system, carbon offsetting, and on improving the livelihoods of rural populations. Our endeavor is, as an implementing agency, is to bring the efforts of various donors together as we believe in integrated solutions as well as systematic partnerships. Last year, from this very podium, the Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, His Excellency Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, has very convincingly demonstrated the necessity of integration on the example of the Lake Chad. And you, Massimo, as well as the country director of Chemonics, have just stressed the importance of working better together in partnerships. In particular, I also would like to acknowledge the role of the young people and the women who are at the forefront of this transformation movement. Empowering the next generation of leaders and ensuring gender equity are not just the moral imperative, but they are also essential to achieving inclusive and sustainable development. We must continue to create and to hold open these spaces where their voices are heard, their ideas nurtured, and their potential is realized. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I want to reaffirm my belief in the country's potential to achieve transformation in the agricultural sector. The work being done today will have a profound impact, not only in Nigeria, but on the continent and also the world at large. Your ideas and solutions are the foundation of a brighter and more inclusive future for all. Allow me to wish you all a successful and productive conference. May it spark new ideas, foster meaningful partnerships, and lead to concrete actions that will transform the Sahel for the better. We, as part of Team Germany, will continue to support your ambitions, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much also as well, Country Director, German Development Corporation, Nigeria and ECOWAS, Marcus Wagner. Once again, please let's put our hands together for him. And yes, we're still taking messages and addresses. We're right about now, the time we've all been waiting for, our keynote address from Mission Director, United States Agency for International Development, USAID, Nigeria. Very distinguished guest, please put your hands together as we welcome Melissa A. Jones on stage for her keynote address. You're welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you all. What a fantastic crowd. Honorable ministers, private sector, the press, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be with you all here to discuss this important issue of food security, progress, and partnerships. I am so pleased to come at the tail end because my colleagues who spoke before me said it so well. Yes, I am the USAID mission director, but I come to you really as a concerned global citizen. The scores of countries in Africa that are food insecure should give us. When countries are unable to respond to agricultural crisis, be it lack of good governance, political will, or capacity, it leads to malnutrition and other devastating consequences. The reality is, we do not have enough finances in humanitarian assistance spaces to do what we need to do to ensure Nigeria's progress. So we must not only use our financial resources more strategically, but we need to deliver more impact per dollar by developing new innovative approaches to finance food security initiatives. And that is why I'm so excited to be here with all of you. You are change makers. And I just want to thank the Sahel Group for its leadership year after year in supporting this important work. We will not RUTF, or ready-to-use therapeutic foods, a way out of any crisis. We must start with good innovative approaches to agriculture and rely on those individuals who produce the food in this country. This meeting could not be more timely. In Nigeria, think about it. We have 31 million people in this country and growing that are food insecure. We're talking about the population size or near the population size of Ghana. How is that possible? Well, given the soaring rise of inflation, over 37%, millions of households can no longer afford basic staples, resulting in severe hardship for communities and families. Of course, my colleagues before talked about how the flooding in the Northeast has exacerbated these challenges, with more than 800,000 metric tons of food lost, gone. It is clear that what we are doing, the status quo, is unacceptable. So it requires us to change. And remember, food systems encompasses more than just agriculture. They include production, distribution, market access, consumption, and waste management. Each one of these areas has its own ecosystem. And so our approach needs to be holistic. It needs to bring all of these areas and sectors together. That is why we can do more to increase the productivity of the smallholder farmer, strengthen the development of agriculture, boost incomes, improve nutrition, and weather future climate shocks. We can do this through the power of partnerships. The power of partnerships. USAID is in partnership with all of you, focusing on building robust, adaptive food systems that can withstand shock, both natural and man-made. This is a priority of the US government, and it's underscored by the Feed the Future initiative, which we launched in 2010. And it also follows our Food Security Act of 2016. Nigeria was selected one of 20 countries, and our plan is to intensify our focus in that area. So we know these challenges will take more than foreign aid. Let me be clear. And so I have 5 points that I want to leave you with. We must put food production first. And that means that we must address security in this country. We must ensure that farmers are able to farm. We also must modernize. We can no longer rely on rainwater alone. Our challenges are real. And that if we don't build out the supply chain, ensuring that the market receives the best quality foods, ensuring that when the harvest of tomatoes, we only see tomatoes, and then when tomatoes are gone, you never see them again for the rest of the year. We can do better. We can do better for Nigerians. My third point, we need to rely on innovation. Innovation, we can skip generations. We do not have to be linear. Nigerians have the power here to do the work, and we can actually be more innovative than we currently are and have more efficiencies because of it. My next important point is human capacity. Remember, to those that are here in the audience and to those that are in the press, I know you know this because I say this at every one of my meetings that I attend. By 2050, 1 in 5 Africans will be Nigerian. Nigeria is the power of the future. It is where we need to invest, the people of Nigeria. Because when you give the people the tools to do the work that needs to be done, they will deliver every time. And then lastly, colleagues, it really is a focus on partnerships. We must build stronger connections between policymakers, civil society, and academia to drive the sustainable transformation of Nigeria's food system. With proper infrastructure, policies, and support, Nigeria can meet its own food needs and become a player in the global food markets. Together, USAID and Nigeria will continue to work hand in hand to improve the performance of agri-food system, reduce food waste, and increase market access to smallholder farmers. We will jointly invest in technologies and infrastructures to promote food security and improve nutrition for future generations. We can do this. We can achieve this by working together. We are here with all of you to unlock the vast potential of Nigeria's agricultural sector, foster inclusive growth, and achieve lasting impact. I thank you for your time, and I thank Nigeria for its resilience and for the people to keep on keeping on. Thank you.
Together, we can achieve this. Yes, if all hands are on deck. Thank you very much. Mission Director, United States Agency for International Development, USAID Nigeria, Melissa A. Jones. Her keynote address was on collaborative governance for food security in Nigeria. And we all pray that may it be better. Amen. Now, on that note, we do sincerely apologize. The honorable ministers that are supposed to be here with us this morning have both been summoned by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for a meeting, and then they would be joining us much later before the event runs out. But then again, the Honorable Minister for Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, has sent a representative in person of Dr. Sanjo Faniro, National Convener, UN Food Systems Pathway Implementation in Nigeria, Director, Social Development, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. Very distinguished guests, please let's put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Sanjo Faniro up on stage. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, the Honorable MC. Like she rightly said, my minister was actually, he said I should come and stay waiting for him, but he had an important call from the villa. He now said that I should, sent his speech to me that I should read. If he's able to come, he will still make his remarks. So I'm making this remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister, Budget and Economic Planning, His Excellency Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu. I'm Dr. Sanjo Faniro, the National Convener for the implementation of the Food System Transformation in Nigeria, and almost all stakeholders here are familiar with me. So I will read as presented. Let me stand on the system protocol. The Honorable Ministers here present, the head of agencies, the German ambassador to Nigeria, I think she has stepped out, and other leaders of the civil society organizations, distinguished participants, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm reading this speech on behalf of the Honorable Minister. If there's any error in it, I capture the error. I mean, I own the error. But if it is well done, then the Honorable Minister has the glory. Let me read as it's sent to me. The one we printed was the one that was prepared, but the one I'm reading is the one that is sent that I should read. So I am pleased to attend the 2024 Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference, themed Innovative Governance Models, a Pathway to Food Security in Africa. I congratulate the Sahel Consulting for sustaining this annual conference, which brings stakeholders in agriculture, nutrition, environment, finance, security, and technology together to collaborate and develop a roadmap for initiating and implementing public-private partnership to tackle the continent's existential food crisis. I understand that this year's conference aims to unite over 700 public, private, and non-profit leaders to address the challenges of effective governance plaguing Nigeria's food and nutrition sector by showcasing successful models and creating sustainable partnership. Let me assure you of our support for this worthy endeavor, which is in tandem with the critical plank of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration's 8-point agenda. So significant are agriculture and food security to the president that one of his first actions in office was to align the two sectors into a ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Subsequently, he demonstrated his commitment to the sector's development by granting substantial budgetary allocations, including creating the 100 billion Naira National Agricultural Development Fund to de-risk the industry and make it attractive to investors. To support its ambitious target of cultivating 10 million acres of land, he has also made ample provisions in his presidential infrastructure fund to rehabilitate dams for irrigation schemes. As a direct intervention against rising food costs, the president has made tons of rice from the strategic grains reserve available to states and removed tariffs on essential foods, including rice, wheat, maize, and sorghum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a combination of factors has conspired to disrupt the food system and undermine food security in Nigeria and Africa. Climate change has brought droughts, flood, and temperature fluctuations, negatively impacting agriculture. A large population of farmers has limited access to water for irrigation and consumption. Productivity is low because of the limited adoption of modern farming processes and inadequate inputs. Even limited cultivation is encumbered by post-harvest losses due to insufficient storage, transportation, and processing infrastructure. Added to all this are the debilitating impact of violent conflicts and poverty. Conflict engender displacement that disrupt food production and distribution, while poverty restricts access to food. Of course, there is the looming challenge of inadequate finance. While President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is taking deliberate steps to tackle these challenges in line with his Renew Hope Agenda strategy, it agrees with the idea of this conference that a multifaceted approach involving the government, the private sector, development partners, and civil society is needed to find a sustainable way forward. In this regard, in line with its statutory coordinating mandates, the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning is best suited to receive and ensure the implementation of your recommendations. I assure you that this will be done using our well-established structure. The ministry's planning function empowers it to coordinate policy implementation by all federal ministry, departments, and agencies. As the Secretariat of the National Economic Council, it works closely with all the state governments on national development planning, even as it coordinates bilateral and multilateral cooperation and agreement for the Federation. In performing these functions, our approach has been to scale up collaboration and synergy in all issues that foster economic growth and development, reduce poverty, and increase food availability. We support programs for vulnerable populations, collaborate with international partners to leverage those resources, expertise, and technology to improve food security and adopt innovation governance models that promote transparency, accountability, and citizen participation in the food security and food system transformation agenda in Nigeria. All these are to ensure that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 8-point agenda achieves prosperity and improve our valued citizens' welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you of the government commitment to achieving food security and improved nutrition through healthy diets and social protection interventions at all levels. We understand that efforts of all stakeholders, that is the government at all levels, the private sector, the religious and community leaders, families, and individuals are needed to build a sustainable and resilient food system in Nigeria. And we are committed to building the necessary coalition to achieve this. I also want to add that the ministry has ensured that all state governments are keyed into the food system transformation pathway, which is an initiative that was introduced by the United Nations. And with this, there is a strategy developed, which has been adopted by all the commissions of economic planning, Commission for Agri, Commission for Health, to implement the 78 recommendations that was presented to the UN during the first UN Food System Summit in New York in September 2021. I therefore want to appreciate again the unrelenting efforts of Sahel Consulting which we all recognize as Nigeria Changemaker, for organizing the conference and also for your high-level impacts programs committed to addressing some of the complex issues in the agricultural landscape that enhances the smallholder farmers, the smallholders' livelihood, promote gender equality, and social inclusion through economic empowerment and promotion of food system resilience. We can create a comprehensive and innovative governance model that promotes food security in Nigeria and transforms our food system from the farm to the dining table. I wish all of us successful deliberations. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjol Faniro, National Convener, UN Food Systems Pathway Implementation in Nigeria, representing Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON. Once again, please let's give them a round of applause. And at this juncture, I'd like to invite our distinguished speakers up on stage, please, for a group photograph. Please, let's put our hands together for all our distinguished speakers so far. All the speakers we've had so far, to please come up on stage for a group photograph. And then right after which would proceed to the exhibition tour. After the program, you just give them, you tell them they are giving them for the tour.
Please, if you hear your name, please come up stage to be part of the group photo. Dr. Farina, please don't go. Dr. Howdo, please join us on stage. Okay, please join us on stage. Lekon, please join us on stage, please. Andrea, please come join us on stage. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to lead the VIPs through the exhibition work, but please stay tuned. The Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture is on his way. He's going to arrive very soon, and I think we can go into the next agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Temitope Adigoroye. Right now, we're going to head on for the exhibition tour to be led by Temitope. But in the meantime, please let's remain seated. Please, the program continues. And then later on, we can break for tea. But at this moment, our very distinguished guests, please permit me to welcome Dr. Tayo Aduloju, CEO, Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, for a paper presentation on Seeds of Progress, Rethinking Governance for Nigeria's Food and Nutrition security. He's ably represented by Dr. Faith Iyoha. Yes, Dr. Faith Iyoha is here from NESG. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Faith. You're welcome. My presentation. You should give me a pointer. The pointer is okay. I can't start. That's not okay. Thank you. It's not displaying there. Yeah. Not here. Oh, it's supposed to be displayed here as well. It's supposed to be displayed here. Okay. Should I? Of course, I will use my paper. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Standing on existing protocols, I want to acknowledge the head of ministries, departments and agencies of government, captains of industries, members of the international communities, political parties representatives, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you to this auspicious event of the Sahel Systems Changemakers Conference. I bring greetings from the CEO of NESG, Dr. Tayo Aduloju. He's unavoidably absent. And my name is Faith Iyoha. I'm a senior economist at the Nigeria Economist Summit Group. This morning, I will be looking at seeds of progress, rethinking governance for Nigerians' food security, 2024 Sahel's Food System Changemakers Conference, held today, 24th of October, 2014. The outline is basically in 4 phases. We look basically at the introduction, which look at the state of the economy and how it affects food security. We talk about why food security in Nigeria, the current conditions, and turning the tide, rethinking food security governance. The first point to note is that we are experiencing a global poly-crisis, and Nigeria is not different. But specifically, our poly-crisis is characterized by macroeconomic instability and worsening social outcomes. So if you look at the chart there, you see that macroeconomic instability has gone up. It has increased in recent times from about 1.5 in 2018 to what we have today, about 3.5. Even if we saw a slight downward trend 2 months ago due to decline in inflation, but we can see that it is going upward. So essentially, that's one of the points out to tell us that monetary policy alone is not enough to curb macroeconomic instability. And essentially, this instability is shaped by elevated inflation rate.
This has increased the number of extreme poverty in recent times. Extreme poverty has gone up to, in 2024, currently, from about high multi-dimensional poverty, about 63%, which is about 113 million Nigerians in multifaceted poverty. And we see a level of high employment amidst increasing poverty. What this tells us is that we are experiencing a case of, especially in the informal sector, where the way that the level of poverty will go up, even if people are actually working and doing something significant. So when we talk about inflation rate, and a major driver of inflation rate in Nigeria has been food prices. Food prices has gone up from about 33% in December 2023 to what we have today, about 38% as at September 2024. So you see a sharp increase, and you see the amount of people that are expected to face acute food insecurity in 2024 is projected to increase to 26.5 million from about 24.9 million people that it was in 2023. Why food security? Essentially, food security is synonymous to a robust economic growth. Why did I say that? It is a healthy citizen that is well-nourished that drives the engine of economic growth. The fundamental health and well-being of any individual starts from what we consume. Food insecurity is also important for macroeconomic stability. One of the drivers of macroeconomic instability has been inflation, and largely driven by food availability and the cost of food. It's also important for social stability. When people are hungry, they are bound to go into social vices. So food insecurity is also important for sustainable development. It's also important for economic diversification. Nigeria's food insecurity has been in systemic deficit over time. We've seen a supply gap where the demand is always outpacing supply. We've also seen food deficits amplified by geopolitical crisis and disruption of the global value chain. Our Nigeria Hunger Index, as a result, have weakened, and food insecure Nigerians have risen to 28 million, to 100 million as at first quarter of 2024 from 28 million that we have pre-COVID. The urgency for food insecurity is highlighted by this chart that is being displayed. And what we can see is that every state in Nigeria is either in food security crisis or already stressed. This chart was produced as at the first quarter of 2024. Now, what are the drivers of food insecurity? Especially, there are three drivers of food security crisis in Nigeria, and this is what we call the trilemma. The first driver that we can talk about is food availability. The other one talks about accessibility, and lastly, affordability. Let's look at each of them in brief. So when we talk about food availability, we have seen restraint in productivity. Low agricultural productivity have reduced the availability of food. In the first half of 2024, agricultural output declined to 0.8%. Agricultural output growth declined to 0.8% from 1.1% that it was in 2023. And this is what we have seen in recent times. And a major cause of this deficit has been insecurity in our farms. Some of them are a result of climatic conditions. The basic drivers of food availability include poor agricultural input, poor market access and value chain development, poor access to credit or limited access to credit, and you have poor coordination of food policies. The second trilemma is accessibility. And when we talk about accessibility, we look at the route to market, the difference between what it costs the farmers to produce food and what is being sold to the consumer. And this is what the route to market tells us. And from this, we can see there's a gap between the inflation rate experienced by the producer and the consumer. This wedge essentially is a result of 5 major things. The first point there is post-harvest losses. We also have restricted trade and market access, prolonged conflict and pervasive insecurity. We also have poor agriculture. Cultural infrastructure, uncompetitive. In terms of food availability, the income of the inflation has gone up from 33% to about 38%. That is food inflation. But when you look at the consumer's income, the income is being eroded by elevated inflation rates as well as depreciating currency. So we take an example of the minimum wage. So assume we have time when you differentiate deflation and exchange rate, what you find is that the minimum wage is 20% lower than what it was in December 2023. Food inflation, as we said, is one of the major drivers. Now, the driver of low food availability is rising population, increasing number of people that demands for food. Then we also have growing internally displaced individuals, macroeconomic instability, and prevalence of informal employment and working poverty, as I highlighted earlier. How do we then rethink governance and institution response to food insecurity trilemma? Okay. So one of the things that we need to do is to strengthen immediately the National Food Security Council governance. Is to also highlight the imperative or urgency for hunger response that focus on getting food to Nigerians that will starve today without support. It is also important to jointly design a program that curates with the coordination across the subnationals to contain the at-risk number of children that we now have at scale. It is important to also expand the Nigerian food bank operations across Nigerians. It is also important to review the agricultural financing value chain and the various institutions within the value chain. The call to action. How do we then end hunger in Nigeria? The first point is that we need to broaden advisory capacity. We need to strengthen collaboration mechanism. It is important to implement the National Hunger Response Strategy that distinctly that is different from broad food system response efforts. We need to revise institutional roles, particularly transitioning the Central Bank of Nigeria role in food security coordination is imperative for streamlining operation. It is also important to mobilize resources and expertise across various sectors. It is also important to establish a hunger roundtable that draw on past experiences and respond sharply to any crisis. It is also important to leverage existing food manufacturing infrastructures and prioritize imports of seeds and fertilizers that are crucial for addressing immediate food shortage and boost agricultural productivity. Efficient management and strategic food response and strategic food reserves is also very critical. Just before I end, I would like to thank the Sahel Food System Changemakers organizer for inviting us. The Food System Conference is a vital institution that will help us to respond to the various gaps in policy response. Our ability to manage vulnerabilities across inputs, primary production, market and financial system is crucial to agro transformation. The conference has assembled us to talk about seed security, soil security, land security, water security, climate resilience, farmer social and personal security, as well as market infrastructure. At the NESG, we believe that collaboration and collective action is the only way we can win this together. The NESG looks forward to working with stakeholders to implement the recommendation that will come up from this conference. Once again, thank you very much for having me, and I wish us all a fruitful deliberation.
Once again, please let's give Dr. Faith Yoha, representing Dr. Tayo Doloju, a beautiful round of applause from NESG. Thank you for that paper presentation. And at this moment, I think it's about time that we break for coffee, isn't it? Yes, it's about time we break for coffee. So please, we're going to start with the first two rows. Kindly use this, yes, exit door. The ushers are there to guide you and direct you. They would give you your meal tickets, please. Kindly form two rows using this exit door. And while we use the back door, for those of us still seated at the back, kindly use the back door. Please, let's form two rows. Ushers are there to give you your coffee tickets. Would say bon appetit. Thank you. Please, once we're done with coffee, let's remember to come back into the hall as the program continues, please. We'll be expecting every one of us back into the call after the coffee. Thank you very much. Well done. Yes, now. Thanks. Please remember to form just two lines to make it easier for us. Thank you. All right, please, once we're done with tea, please kindly ensure to come back into the hall. The Honorable Minister is already around, and I bet that you don't want to miss the moment with him. Please do ensure to come back into the hall right after tea as the program progresses, and trust me that you don't want to miss out from anything today. Please, thank you all.
You know what? Sound check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Eh? I beg, let me hear you. The hear, ba? Listen to that stage monitor. Sound check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Sound check. Yeah, it dey work. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Mic check 1, 2. One, two. 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Sound check. Mic check 1, 2. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check 1, 2. Yeah, it's better. Sound check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Let me listen to that. Sound check 1, 2. Well, I say this one loud. Did you know they talk? Okay, sound. Sound check. Sound. Sound check.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we're honored to have you in the house. And I would like to kindly recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Sabi Aliyu. The person, thank you. The persons outside, I would kindly urge you to come back into the hall as we would be starting this session in the next 1 minute. 1 minute is all we have to settle down. Thank you.
All right, please, can we start coming back into the hall? I believe we should be done with tea by now. Our very distinguished guests, please, if we're done with tea, with our breakfast, please let's make it back into the hall. We have the Honorable Minister seated already, and I believe that you do not want to miss this session. So please and please kindly return into the hall. Thank you. What you mean? I'll come back. Anybody here? I asked here. Thank you. All right, our very distinguished guests, we want to thank you for coming back into the hall. We really appreciate it. It shows that there's something good that we're doing here. So please, can you put your hands together for yourselves, please? Thank you. We really appreciate for coming back. Just like I mentioned earlier, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security is already seated here. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi CON as he comes on stage for his goodwill message. Please let's sustain the applause until he gets here. You're welcome.
Thank you. Please sit down. Please sit down. Sorry. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I think the last time I was in this hall, it wasn't this way. From that time to now, some innovative actions have taken place. And the theme is innovative governance models. So I think you guys did the right choice of making this place your venue. So thank you very much, Sahel, for having me. First, let me apologize for not being here early in the morning. I should have been here, but like you very well know, this is a very busy session for us. We have a program in Ibadan. I was actually supposed to have traveled to Ibadan, but for the fact that we had Federal Executive Council meeting yesterday, and the program in Ibadan is on farmer soil health scheme, which is another innovative model of soil management we're trying to bring for Nigerian farmers. And the Ibadan meeting is supposed to be a consultative stakeholder meeting to look at all the issues with a view to having a robust scheme. So I had to also join them online. So I just finished joining them before coming here. So thank you very much for having me. I understand we're supposed to have presented a paper. I apologize. I think a number of the directors were having so many things here and there. But let me say that we are asked to tell you our policy focus. And I think because that's what we're doing, I will be able to speak to it even extempo, and I will do that. Now, the other aspect is that you want us to also identify areas of synergy and collaborative opportunities. Definitely, when you talk about innovation, you are talking about collaboration and you are talking about synergy. It's not possible for you to innovate when those two elements are out of the mix. And I think your choice of asking us to speak to that is also very apt. But let me put some context clear. Definitely, Nigeria's food system is not in the best of place. But is it just Nigeria? Definitely no. The global food system itself is currently challenged. And we all know we have more than 733 million people who are currently suffering in terms of hunger. And Nigeria has its own fair share of that number. And that is why the challenge before all of us is more germane and profound. And I think programs and forums like this offer us opportunity to rub minds, because from the array of participants, I know there are people from government, from development partners, from NGOs, both national and international, private sector and the like. Now, let me say also that our food security situation is exacerbated more by certain things, notably the insecurity that we have been battling. And I will speak to that also in terms of impact on our food. Then secondly, the issue of climate change, in which case we are having severe flooding across many of our states. And accompanying that also are the challenges of pests and diseases, which definitely are impacting on some farms. But beyond all of this, we are also dealing with low fertilizer usage, which means our farmers are not able to get the desired high yield that is required. So combining all of this, we as a ministry are aware that we need to do something. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, in his Renewed Hope agenda, has identified food security as a major plank of what needs to be addressed. And need I remind you that last year he declared a state of emergency, and we are working within that context because a number of actions have been taken as short-term measures, but we also have medium-term actions we are taking, including long-term programs. In all of this, what are we intending to achieve? What we are intending to achieve is to see that the prices of food comes down, because the food inflation is a serious issue Nigerians are dealing with, and we are aware of that. And you agree with me that as a result of the ongoing harvest, prices of many commodities has begun to come down. This is, yes, definitely. You see, the prices of commodities compared to 2 months ago, well, we are all Nigerians, aren't we? What was the price 3 months ago? What was the price of Irish potato, for example? No, you see, yes, I'm happy you are reacting. I'm happy you are reacting, and I love that. But listen, we need to understand one thing. Prices are determined by supply. This is simple economics. When you have more supply, definitely it impacts on prices. And what I'm saying does not in any way submit to the fact that we are where we want to see our food system. But I'm telling you the journey we are taking. And as far as I know, and I stand to be challenged, I'm speaking in public, I'm a public officer, I'm a Nigerian like every one of you here. I come from the community. I have my town. I have my people. I visit, I go. I'm not Abuja based because I go to my town. And the reality is simple. When harvest comes, prices begin to come down. But what I'm saying, and that's why I need you to listen to me, it's good you react because all of us are facing this same challenge together. The market I go to is not different from the market you go to. Definitely. Okay. All right. I'm happy. So tell me which market you go to and which market I go to, and tell me the difference. So, you see, let's get this clear. What I'm saying is the fact that in the work we are doing as a ministry, we realize it is when you are having products in the market in constant supply, that is when the price can be impacted. Now, what we witnessed is because from 2002, for example, we had massive flooding that destroyed so many farms. There were a lot of things that impacted farmers. And so when you have that deficit, it will take you time before you are able to cover that deficit. And like I said, we are not immune to what is happening in the global arena. Nigeria's food import bill is huge. And so when the global food supply chain is impacted, what do you expect Nigerians to happen? What do you expect to happen in Nigeria? We will also be impacted. But what are we doing as a country? That's what I'm here to speak about. I'm here to tell you that as a ministry, all of these things I have said are things we realize that are affecting the food inflation we are all witnessing. And I'm not here telling you that the prices currently in the market are the prices all of us will love. But are we going to fold our arms? No. As a government, do we have solutions we are working on? Yes. And I'm saying here that one of the things we realize is that before now, Nigeria was dependent only on rain-fed agriculture with some minimal areas of irrigation. But we are now being intentional as a government. We are now being intentional. We are now being direct by targeting the dry season so that we'll be able to produce the major staples that Nigerians are depending on. And the major staples here, the first one that we have a heavy bill on is wheat. Because most of the confectionaries that we take, bread and all the like, all of them are products of wheat, gala, all those things. The meat pies and all the things that we know as, in that category. And so as a country, we are doing something around that area, and I'll come back to that. But also rice. And at the same time, things like maize. In the case of maize, maize is a dual thing because it's also impacting negatively on the poultry industry. We're aware that a lot of Nigerians are in the poultry industry, and because of the high cost of feed, many people have had cause to abandon the little poultry farming they are doing. So what I'm trying to say here is that I'm not here to speak, grammar that appears as packaged lies. No, I'm being real because we all have to face reality. The president is very intentional about us facing reality, and as a ministry, we are dealing with that reality head on. Now, let me say this to you. Last year, for the first time, we had 128,000 hectares of wheat planted in the 11 wheat producing states. That is the dry season. We also have people who planted rice within the dry season. But what are we doing this time around? We've learned whatever lessons we have in that dry season. The wet season is here. In terms of the support given to farmers within the wet season under the National Agricultural Growth Scheme, that has gone through the wet season, but we are also currently preparing for the dry season. And for the dry season, our target is 750,000 hectares of land. If you are in the wheat producing states, most of the states, all the states in the Northwest, all the states in the Northeast, and then in the North Central, Niger, some part of Kwara, and also Plateau State. So if you are here, I'm listening to me, I'm saying this to you, you can go back and find out from your ministry, because we are working directly with the state ministries of agriculture and to identify the various farms clusters who will participate in this scheme. That is the first. And you can also rely on your various farming associations. Now, the second one is that we're also dealing with rice. And our belief is that if you have production in the rainy season and you continue with production in the dry season, continue again in the rainy season, then you will sustain the supply of food across the food chain. And that will be able to provide stability. But when there is massive production, now you have supply, and then suddenly there is low supply. What do you expect? The prices will jump up again. So we are aware of this. And as a ministry, what I'm submitting to you is the fact that we are working to ensure that we do the needful as far as this is concerned. Now, this is also side by side with our strategic food reserve. But remember also, when this challenge came on board, we had to go into our strategic reserve to, release into the, various states. That has happened, where we provided nothing less than 125,000. I can't remember the exact figure, but I know it's more than 100,000, metric tons of both maize, sorghum, millet, including gari. Because in the strategic reserve, we also process gari as part of the strategic reserve, we keep. So these are the things we are looking at. But most importantly, why are we where we are? Because as much as we want to solve the immediate problems that people are dealing with, we have to ask the critical question, why are we where we are? We are where we are because our system is not as productive as it should be. A situation where hoe and cutlass is the major tool, how do you expect farmers to be productive? So realizing this, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has charged us to work on mechanization programs, and 3 mechanization programs have been approved by the Federal Executive Council as follows: the Greener Hope Mechanization Program, the Belarus Tractor Mechanization Program, and the John Deere Mechanization Program. All of these programs have a combined total of 30,000 tractors, implements in terms of harrows, ridgers, planters, harvesters that are all in the mix. And we are hoping by the end of this year, the supply will have begun to come into the country. Our target is, by the time we're getting into 2025 rainy season, we should have significant amount of tractor and mechanization tools available. This does not mean that we are not aware of the challenges. Now, one thing in the past that has happened is that when you have tractors, you don't have tools in terms of the spare parts. At the same time, you don't even have enough skilled manpower that will also give you after-sales service. These programs are packaged with the following. We are going to have service centers across the 774 local governments. They are going to come with, their spare parts, and young Nigerians will be trained in the use of these tractors and other implements, because all of them are designed to be precision-based, which means somebody has to be trained to know exactly how to use it. When there is any problem, you'll be interacting with, a device that will tell you what is happening to your tractor. So all of this we are doing because we believe if you must attract the young Nigerians into farming, definitely not with hoe and cutlass. It has to be with mechanization tools, and that is already in the works. Now, the other one I would like to say is, how do you get the youth to participate? Knowledge has to be brought across board. One area you do that in agriculture is the extension delivery system. Right now, we have a very huge gap in terms of the extension farmer ratio. And the only way we can bridge that gap is by introducing electronic extension platform, which we are currently designing in the ministry to be made available online real time. That way, anywhere you are in the country and you have issues around your production, you can query and get answers immediately. Now, the other aspect is that not all Nigerians can speak English. A number of our farmers also in the villages, we want to have information in their local language. And this platform is going to have provision for translation of these vital informations in the major Nigerian languages to be made available online real time. Now, the other aspect is that you can't do agriculture without supporting women. As far as gender inclusion is concerned, the ministry is taking this very seriously. And in all our programs, gender inclusion is part of the evaluation. And we believe we have to support the women to do what they know best, most importantly, in the area of processing. That is the only way you will tackle the post-harvest losses. We did the survey for this year's, what we call the annual performance wet season survey. This is normally conducted by the National Agricultural Extension Research Liaison Services. They've done that of this year. They presented the report to us, and we are happy with the progress we are making in terms of the direction. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying here we are where we want to be. No. But are we on a track? Yes, we are on a track, and we can see the destination in the horizon. Now, the other aspect is that I talked about the soil health. There's no way you can be productive if you plant on a soil that is not going to give you that productivity. And over time, we realize that Nigerians are just used to the broadcast method. You take fertilizer and just broadcast anyhow. The soil health card scheme is designed to tell Nigerian farmers, if you have 1 hectare, what is the health of that your 1 hectare? This scheme will tell you what the health of your 1 hectare is, what you are supposed to plant, the kind of mineral you are supposed to apply in terms of fertilizer, and the potential types of diseases that you may encounter and how you have to prepare for it. Now, we believe if we do this, we'll be supporting our Nigerian farmers so that per hectare, they will be able to get the required productivity in terms of when they plant, whether crop, in terms of whether rice, maize, cassava, or the like. Now, the other aspect is that this system is massively challenged. Rural areas will require that we support them with renewable energy. And as a ministry, we are also seizing this opportunity to raise the capacity of providing renewable energy in terms of solar, in terms of water to farmers, because all of this contributes to their productivity in terms of making sure that they have the right water to take. That way they don't fall sick. Because if you have seen a Nigerian farmer in the village, when one member of the family is sick, the entire family is involved in trying to get him back to health. The implication is that the farm gets less attention. So we also are aware of all of this, and we are trying our best to see what we can do along that line. The other area I would like to talk about is this yield issue. We have a number of research institutes, and the research institutes are designed to provide high-yielding varieties of various crops. Now, with climate change, what do you need? You need short-duration crops. You need crops that are drought tolerant. You need crops that are disease resistant. And I think if you are able to take care of this, then you'll be helping farmers to achieve more. Now, let me tell you a snippet of what happened in the annual performance survey. This survey informed us that 65% of farmers reported that they are using improved seeds. And that is because we have restored back our national seed system, where the National Seed Council are working together with the Research Institute, the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, to identify the needs of farmers and then start the process of producing seed. Seed production goes from breeder seed, foundation stage 1, and then stage 2, which is the certified seed that farmers plant. Usually, it will take you 2-3 years if you are doing it right. So our research institutes have made available the breeder seeds, the foundation seeds are being planted, and we are also getting people involved in the planting of the foundation stage 2, which is the certified seed. Now, let me say this. In one of the works that was conducted between the National Seed Council and the Netherlands Foundation, they found out that 70% of our seeds are gotten from the informal sector. And because of that, the National Seed Council is looking at these community seed producers with a view to upgrading them, tooling them so that when they produce the seeds can meet certain basic standards, rather than allowing a situation where people will just have to go and get anything they call seed and plant. So all of these programs are being designed and implemented with a view to what? Addressing the various challenges that this sector is facing. Now, overall, I'm aware, and we're aware as a ministry, that whatever you do, what Nigerians will ask is, I'm hungry, I need food. And we get that. But is there anybody who can perform magic when it comes to providing food? Food production is a process. And I think the non-attention to some of the critical stages in this process is what got us into the mess we are finding ourselves. And what we are doing as a ministry is to identify those critical areas and address them so that on a longer, medium to longer term basis, we will be able to put in what we call a sustainable food system. That is what our ministry is trying to address. And that is what I have been trying to tell you as Minister of Agriculture, State. So for me, I'm happy to be here to share all of these perspectives. And of course, Sahel Consulting, which is an arm of the overall Sahel family, are working with us as a ministry to look at some of these challenges. One of the key areas, for example, is that Mr. President said, let's look at the idea behind commodity boards. And we said, we need insight into that. And we are working with Sahel Consulting to get insight into the kind of community board, if we have to have one, that we should have. Because when you bring knowledge into what you are doing, you gain better insight, and you are able to understand the structure and the dynamics in that system. And that is what we intend to do. So that overall, if we have to have commodity boards like some other countries are having, we'll be having commodity boards that will serve the interests of the Nigerian farmers not a select few. That is one of the things we are doing. Now, the other aspect also is the fact that, you know, irrigation, which I talked about, the dry season farming, is a function of irrigation. And we realize we need to be intentional, deliberate, and directed at providing a lot of infrastructure for irrigation. And the ministry is procuring a number of infrastructure in terms of pumps. But then we are also aware the cost of fueling irrigation pumps is becoming too exorbitant for Nigerian farmers. So what is the solution? Those that are solar powered dependent. And I think we're looking at a number of them. Many suppliers have come around, but in all of it, we are not looking at a product that will be too cumbersome for the Nigerian farmer to use. We are rather looking at a product, like we say, the one you just on, it will start, you off, it will stop. What the farmer wants is to irrigate his field. And we are also looking to all of this. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking from my heart because everything I've said is what exactly we're doing as a ministry. And I believe in this because I've been in this sector, even before becoming a senator. I was 20 years in that sector, and I also understand the problems of the sector. And we are trying our best to bring the experience we've gathered to see how we can help President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to get our food system to serve the purpose of our country. His vision is a country where no man goes to bed hungry. It's achievable, and we are working on that. And we are going to get to that level where no one in Nigeria will go to bed hungry by the grace of God. Thank you very much. I still submit. I know maybe question and answers. Is that what you want? Do I take my seat or I can stand for? Yes.
All right, we can take your question.
All right.
So please question.
Yes. Give me my paper. Thanks. No, I'm okay. I'm not that old. I go to the field. No, don't worry. I'm okay. That's why we're here. So, okay.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Honorable Minister of State and Agriculture. It's good having you talked about all the innovations and the various plans the Ministry of Agriculture is trying to implement. But one of the area I want to talk about is on the area, the time it takes between this planning and implementation. It's really, the gap is too much. Like you have all mentioned now, those things you've all mentioned. Looking at the way government is run, sometimes you'll find out that this administration will even end and there's no implementation. So I would like, if possible, talking about this innovative governance model, where we're looking at public-private partnership. If there's a way government can fast track, because the last what they call event like this, I was here. The minister Madugu, Madugu, yes, the minister of planning spoke budget and planning. Yes, Magudu, yes, I think Magudu. Yes, he spoke about some of these things. But if you look at, if I ask my brother in the village or my relations that are into farming in the village, Has this thing reached them? Are they aware?
All
That's
right.
one.
You know
Then
the way
the
we're
area
going
of-
to go about it? I'm coming.
Okay, sir.
You see, you talked about two things.
Yes.
The time between planning and implementation. Now, I've told you one thing. We are aware agriculture is seasonal. Okay? Because when you have the rainy season, you have the dry season. But remember, this is just a bifurcation just for purpose of convenience. For people who truly want to get it right, when you have your plans for rainy season, as harvest is finishing, you should begin to also prepare for the next cycle. This is where you need irrigation. And I will tell you, as a matter of fact, that as much as I don't know what happens in your village, but if you tell me where your village is and the kind of crops they produce, I can verify for you on the National Agricultural Growth Scheme Agro Pocket platform if they are part of that scheme. But I want to tell you for sure that based on that platform, for example, which is one of the main flagship platforms that is driving our food production, we've done that of the rainy season. Okay, support have been given to those who are on that platform. That of dry season is coming, and we are expanding. Because last time I told you our target was 120, and we're able to do 118. Now this time around, we are going 750, because all states have seen the benefit of what we have done, and they are tagging in. So if you can tell us, honestly, I'll be more than willing to see, because that also will validate what we are doing, whether it is actually working or not.
Particularly Isako East. I'm from Edo State, particularly Isako East.
You can write it out for me.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, on my honor, I'm telling you,
okay,
if you can bring it out,
okay, I will.
I can ask the coordinator,
Okay,
even before I leave this hall,
okay,
to do that findings, and we can give you the results.
Okay, and then the area of insecurity. Thank you, thank you. Please, let me just drop this. Sir, please, the area of insecurity, just in a moment. The area of insecurity, like the UN country director mentioned, he says security is in food insecurity, and food insecurity is security. So what fast tracked, what they call, what process or what are the government doing? Because the hardship in the land now, you said it before, most of the problem we can apportion it to insecurity. It's something that has to do with state of emergency. What's the plan? What's the government?
All right, maybe let me just address that before I go to the next person. In terms of this, let me say this. I know as a matter of fact that when bad things happen and they are registered on the human brain, even when good things come to replace it, that bad ones never shift. As I'm standing before you, I represented Niger North between 2015 to 2023. Niger North has 8 local governments. 2 local governments were massively impacted that period. Mariga local government and Magama local government. And I had cause to stand on the floor of the Senate to report those incidents. And as I speak to you, those 2 local government farmers have gone back to their farms, and there is massive farming this year. If you want, you can verify. You see, I'm not a Nigerian who will come and stand before you and lie. I consider my integrity too precious to subject it to lying. I will never lie. You may say we are politicians. No, I'm not a politician who is caught out to lying. I'm just telling you the truth. If you want, if you have anybody in Mariga local government, call him and verify. If you have somebody from Magama local government, call him and verify. And I'm not saying that insecurity is completely gone. No. But I'm telling you that government is working. Niger State, we have local government that are impacted. Out of 20, you can say maybe 5. But those 5 also, if you go back now, you will see that there are changes, which means a lot of work is going on by our security forces. And we need to commend our security forces for the wonderful work they are doing and they are continuing to do. You see, many people sit in the comfort of their zone without even going to where these things are happening. So you won't know if there are changes. And if you want to challenge us, we can call you to visit some of these areas and verify for yourself. Ask them the question whether they were not having insecurity before and what is happening now. What that tells us is that government has done something to ameliorate the situation, and they are now back to their farms. So let's not think government is not working. The president is concerned about ensuring that all Nigerians are able to go back to their productive life. So I would want to say that in terms of the insecurity, government is doing its best, and a lot of resolution is taking place. A number of the areas, farmers and communities are returning back to their domain. That I can tell you, I know is happening. And I'm not saying it is over, so don't get me wrong, okay? But there is progress. So maybe let's take the next question.
All right, due to time constraint, please, we apologize. We cannot take everybody's questions one after the other. I can see that we have 4 rows in this hall. We've taken 1 person from this side. We take 1 person here, 1 person here, and then 1 person, and then 1 person from our online participants so they don't feel left out, please. So please, let's go. 1 person from this row, 1 person here, 1 person here, and 1 person from our online participants. So please, we are so sorry. We are so sorry about that.
If it's for me, don't worry about me. Please, I'm ready to take all the questions.
Okay, so we're done.
Because listen, the essence of engagement is that I'm getting feedback from Nigerians.
Exactly.
You cannot have innovation when you don't have a feedback loop.
That's true. Thank you, sir. So please, Miakno.
Yes.
And please kindly go straight to the point. Just your questions, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, Honorable Minister. I'm just curious on the conservation efforts your ministry or the ministry is making regarding food security. So I don't know if anyone here is aware, but there are a lot of indigenous trees that are getting endangered or extinct. And I think it is the ministry's, mandates to preserve
indigenous
trees. And for example, the baobab tree currently is getting extinct or endangered in the north. And these actually affect our food security if we're not aware. So I just want to know what conservation efforts you're making.
Thank you.
Okay, should we take on the next question?
Yes, let's take the next question.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister of State. My name is Ms. Oge Folola Modi. I sit on the board of Sahel Consulting. I'm also the founder of a strategic communications advisory company. Thank you for your submissions on what the government has done so far. A lot of that we really haven't heard. And I think that some efforts should be made to put that out a bit more in the public space. My question really is just bringing us back to why we're here. And one of the policy innovative models that we've looked at really is the multi-sector collaboration. I would like to know what has the Ministry of Agri done in terms of collaborative action towards food insecurity. The last speaker submitted that we have an accessibility, affordability, and availability trilemma. So what have you done as the ministry, and which sectors have you worked with towards, the pathway to food security in Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person, a man this time around, since you say gender, so 2 females, 2 males. So,
Your Excellency, thank you very much. I'm really encouraged with the confidence you've restored in some of us. My question generally is for the farmers. What can we do? I've had an experience some times ago. I was privileged to have cultivated some hectares of land and taking those crops to the market was not really favorable. But I noticed the activities of the intermediaries. What are we doing? What are the policies of the government to checkmate the threat posed by the intermediaries? We have people cultivating things, but we don't see these things in the market, and we heard of Federal Reserve ban, whatever. What are government doing to have those things in their possession so that it will be easier getting it down to the people? Because we see people farming it, we don't know where it is. We see them buying it cheap, but we ended up buying it very expensive. And those who farmed it, they are not really getting the value from what they have invested in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And like I said, one last question from our online participant. And I think it's going to be projected on the screen. But before we do that, Your Excellency, so please kindly go on.
All right. I should answer this one.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate you for asking the issues of endangered species. Now, let me say this very clearly. Every country is blessed with biodiversity. Nigeria's biodiversity is enormous. And I agree with you that the risk of extinction of some of our very, very fantastic natural biodiversity is real. You've mentioned baobab, and some people will even tell you, even the locust bean tree is becoming endangered. Some people will even tell you the shea butter tree or the shea tree is also becoming endangered. There are many, many, many more. It's supposed to be the response here is that you must have a biodiversity or germplasm conservation program. It is only when you have a germplasm conservation program that you'll be able to keep all of these things. So what we are doing here is to task our research institutes to begin the process of collecting our germplasm. And we are in the process of developing a program on national gene bank as a country, because we need a gene bank. That way we'll be able to keep all of these things in our gene bank and prevent it from the extinction you talk about. That program we have on ground and we are working on. But you see, in a situation where Nigerians are crying on hunger, you will not be able to start bringing these ones, which are long-term programs and projecting forward. What people want to see is the effort you are making for food to be on my table. And I think over the last 1 year, that is what has preoccupied us. But on the side, those who have this mandate are already doing that work. And we have the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria that is empowered to manage our agricultural research system that are handling this. At the same time, the ministry are also promoting under various value chain many of these commodities. But you see, when you have priority, you need to shift your priority from all of those areas to the area of massive need, which is the areas of our staples. I think that is the reality that we are dealing with. But we also have that in the horizon in terms of looking at our germplasm conservation programs, looking at the need to have a national gene bank so that that way we'll be able to guarantee the preservation of our precious germplasms. That is on that. Then the other aspect is to what we need to start doing as a ministry. And I think we've already started doing that. But what we have done is we did an assessment based on what we had on what we saw on ground. And if you recall last year, October, we did a press release or press conference where we told Nigerians what we plan to do. One of the things we plan to do is stakeholder analysis. Here again, Sahel Consulting are the ones we choose based on what we have seen them doing to work with us to do this stakeholder analysis. Because if you want to collaborate, you must know who you are collaborating with, on what you are collaborating with, and you need to also know what your collaborators are bringing to the table. If you do a massive or robust stakeholder analysis, it will tell you who is where, who is doing what, and that claiming to be that. We need to verify and validate all of these things through a robust program. And that is why in our budget this year, we had that. And that is maybe perhaps the concern raised by the person saying maybe there are delays here and there. Yes, there may be delays here and there, but it doesn't mean that we are not working. And I'm sure Adegoro is aware, we've already had some engagement meeting, and we've really set out what the terms of reference and all the things we need to look at. What is the aim of that program? When we do a stakeholder analysis, we will know who are our stakeholders, those that have influence and those that have relevance. Because when you do a stakeholder analysis, those are the two key things you are interested in. Those that have influence may not have relevance. Those that have relevance may not have influence. You have some having both. All of these we want to know. And so when we know, then it will guide us, and all our officers, as they design their program, they will be guided by the output of the stakeholder analysis so that they will not miss out critical stakeholders who should be engaged. Remember, if you don't engage your stakeholders at the right time, they may not be there with you. They may just, out of respect, listen to you, but definitely they will not have your time. So we are all looking at this because we believe we cannot do all of these things alone. We need to create the right environment. Another program we're also looking at, and here I will be more than happy if people can volunteer to tell us what these things are. We have worked with the Office of the Vice President under the Presidential Food Safety, or is it Food Security Coordinating Unit. They work with AFAP to work out or to understand the pain point of Nigerian farmers. They've done that studies and they provided that report. And I think I remember when we had the last meeting, I told you should get that document because it's a preliminary into looking at the pain points of Nigerian farmers across various layers in the value chain, starting from planting down to even post-harvest issues. Now, what we are trying to do here is all of this will help us to identify what are the indicators of the ease of doing agriculture in Nigeria. Because many people are suffering when it comes to agriculture, and we need to get to understand those pain points and work towards removing them. So for me, I'm happy that we've identified all of these things. Yes, I'm sorry I don't have any magic wand to wave because there is problem. And typical of any human being, you will want that problem solved right now and here. But I cannot guarantee you that. And I'm not here to guarantee that. But what I can guarantee you is that we are taking painstakingly, thoroughly, systematically, the issues that are bedeviling our Nigerian agriculture with a view to what? Taking them out of the way and creating a new direction that will allow innovation and all the things that Nigerian farmers can do to begin to do, because Nigerians are very resilient people and Nigerians are very, very productive people if you give them the opportunity and the space. And that is what we are trying to do in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Now, lastly, on this note, every year we used to have what we call the World Food Day. And we come to places like these and we give grammar, blah, 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 talk. This year we said no. As part of what you call innovative governance models, well, governance models, operational models, whatever, so long as it is creative and innovative, aim at solving problems, I think is a better way to go. And what we've done this year is we said we're going to celebrate the World Food Day in the field. And hence, So this year, we were in Buhari Area Council, and I'm happy to note that some of the farmers all right. So this year, we decided, let's visit them, understand what they are doing, and to even confirm that truly they are genuine, they are real, they are on the ground. Because one other challenge that we are dealing with as a ministry is portfolio farmers, fake farmers, paper farmers, online farmers. Yes, they don't have farm, but they can come and submit glossy reports to you telling you we do this, we do this. In the process, some of them, we said they took this picture in their village, but you will see a Chinese man sitting in the picture. So for us, one other area we are dealing with is the issue of all of these ghost farmers and everything associated with it. Because if we say we are going to give farmers a support, and you are going to give them fertilizer, and you give to the person who is not having a farm, what do you expect him to do? And what will that add to the market? So why not give to the person who is having the farm? That way his price is down, and when the product is out, he will be able to charge a minimal fee, not an exorbitant fee. I think that is one of the areas we are working with. And I want to assure you that we are having a program that is ongoing to develop a robust database system that will capture genuine farmers and their farms based on modern digital technology, where your farm will be georeferenced and geofenced. That is what digital technology will do for you. We know how it is done. We have experts who can do it, and we are working very hard to make sure that that happens. Because I will be happier knowing that I have 100,000 farmers who have 1 hectare, and I'm dealing directly with them and giving them support because I know they are on their farms, than to come and have 1 million paper tigers, internet farmers. All I've given will be going down the drain. And then at the end of the harvest time, you come and say you have calculated, you are expecting output from 1 million hectares, and there is nothing to show for it. That is also one of the contributing factors to the very food inflation we are dealing with. And many Nigerians are aware of that because they have friends, relations, or acquaintances who are doing that, and they know. So no more road for them. As far as the ministry is concerned, if we know you are fake, please don't even come to us. Myself and my brother, the single Senator Abubakar Kyari, are all upbeat on this issue. And we are working with the National Bureau of Statistics to identify how we are going to reach out to our farmers. In the last national census they did, agricultural census survey they did for us, they were able to tell us that Nigeria has 42 million households that are involved in one form of agriculture or the other. That data is very important, it's very verifiable. And in fact, in verifying it, all of us had cause to see the clustering of where we come from online from that work. So that is the way to go. And I want to assure you all that we are doing all we can to bring in digital technology into the fray to help us address the issues around our agriculture. Because with digital technology, there are quite a number of things you can do. Disease identification will become much easier. All these issues around the soil health that I talked about will become much easier. And farmers will be given the right advice. They will plant the right crop at the right time. And that way they will get the best yield they are supposed to get. Let me close by giving you a snippet of what the annual performance survey says. We had marginal increase in production of major staples, except millet. Marginal in the sense that some are just 2%, some are 1.something%. But what does this mean in terms of significance? If we are having some of our farmlands sequestered away from farming because of insecurity. Some places flooded, and yet we are having increase. It means there must have been a compensation by the number of people who have gone into farming. And I think we saw also that a number of people have embraced farming, and that is why we are getting that kind of little margin. And we intend to support and deepen that so that we can begin to get the number of people going into farming increasing. Our total farm arable land is about 73 million. And right now, what we have as statistics is not more than 41, 42 million being farmed. So we still have more farmlands. And I think if the right things are done, if the right incentives are given, farming is definitely the way to go. I think for the wheat farming, it was an eye-opener. Farmers were making 2 million, 3 million gains per hectare. Within 4 months, November, December, January, February, by March, April, they are already harvesting. So if you are interested, look at one of those, what do they call it, wheat producing states. And I will recommend places like Jigawa for you because they have massive land and irrigation is possible. So I believe we can do it. We're not yet there, but I'm here standing to assure you that the president said renewed hope agenda. Renewed hope means you should do those things that will begin to give assurance to Nigerians that something is coming. Like that mother who her children came from their gallivanting and said, "Mommy, I'm hungry." And the woman said, "I'm in the kitchen." And they could see different things happening as part of the process of putting that food together. I'm sure that hope that Mama is going to cook is going to calm them down. I want to assure you that is what we're doing in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. And in no time, I want to assure you, in no time, we'll begin to see the result of what we are doing out there on your table by the special grace of God. Thank you for having me, and God bless Nigeria.
Once again, can we give our strong and agile Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security in Nigeria a beautiful round of applause, Dr. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, CON. And on that note, please let's have the Changemakers partners on stage with the Honorable Minister for a group photograph, please. Please kindly join us on stage for a group photograph while praying for the day that no man in Nigeria will go to bed hungry ever again. Amen to that. Thank you. That's our prayer. We're praying that Mama will always have something to cook for us.
Sorry, Douglas?
How about that man? That white man. That man with the first row. That man white.
I don't remember his name.
Can you just call my name? I think it's this friend.
Not more people in the room, I thought we were having a business.
And on that note, we sincerely apologize for those of us that still have more questions. Please kindly forgive us, okay? Thank you for understanding. And yes, we're moving on and we're progressing. Thank you once again, Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you. All right, so I think we're progressing. Let me quickly call on founder, Eden Acres Integrated Organic Farm, in person of Ozioma Ukegbu Onwadi. Yes, for a presentation on AFC Entrepreneur Showcase. Please, our very distinguished guests, let's put our hands together for Ozioma as she comes on stage for her presentation. Where's Ozioma? Please, can we appreciate her one more time? Thank you.
Where's my cue to start? My slides, I have. It's my absolute honor to stand before you today to introduce myself. My name is Ozioma Ukegbu Onwadi of Eden Whole Foods. And today I'm going to be sharing with you the journey of Eden Whole Foods and how AFC, the Africa Food Changemakers, has contributed to our growth and scale. Thank you very much. So Eden Whole Foods as a concept began in my kitchen in 2014 with the birth of my first daughter, Mesoma. And when I gave birth to her, as a very busy banker, I relied on imported food products because, I mean, that was what was available. I didn't have access to natural food products, at least the ones that my mom and my grandmother fed us with when I was little. And each time I walked into the supermarket and I bought a food product, it saddened me and deepened my desire to ensure that she was enjoying the food products that I had grown up with. And not until 2017 that I actually kickstarted my agri journey. And when I started it, it was a side hustle. I call that expanded portfolio now because it's important that you expand your portfolio. But it was a side hustle and I was doing it in little bits. I didn't move on until 2020 and I quit my day job and started Eden Whole Foods full time. It's the riskiest risk that I've taken. It was very courageous of me. And everybody was like, oh, are you nuts? You want to leave the banking career you're building to start food processing? But I was already going crazy with agriculture. Sometimes my husband would say, in your sleep, you're saying lettuce, cassava. What's going on? And that was my story. In 2020 also, I mean, it opened my eyes to the huge potential of food in Nigeria. Food was one of the essential things that people had to enjoy. Like we were compared with the medical system, pharmaceutical, and the hospital. So if you didn't have food during COVID, I mean, you knew how it was. So we were doing not just our food products, we were helping people shop essential things as little as water and tissue paper because it was a very big need. We're feeding almost the whole of Lagos. I mean, we'll go to the farm same day, take food products and our partners, package them and distribute, and they will start processing in 2020. So I'll take you to what Eden Whole Foods does. Eden Whole Foods is an African superfood company, and we process and package food products. We process and package food products for Nigerians and Nigerians in diaspora. For Nigerians in diaspora, We have FDA license, we have the NAFDAC license as well. And the NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council, is currently processing our HCCP, which will help us to access larger markets. This is some of my team. Like you can say that I'm the youngest, maybe. I have other young people in my team, so we're a very dynamic young team. And when they say youths don't do agriculture, this is your proof to show them that youths do agric. Now, the impact of AFC, I didn't join AFC up until 2022. And I started with the Youth in Agri Development Program. That was like an eye-opener for me. Prior to the time, I'd just done 2 years in agric. I didn't really know my left from my right. I had gone from growing food products, and when it wasn't just paying off because I was incurring a lot of expense and losses, I looked and saw that food production and adding value was very key, but I didn't really know what to do. So when the call for Youth in Agri Development Program came up, YAEDP, I applied and I got in. And that was the first eye-opening for me to see that African food has a huge potential. However, the packaging was as important as the content. So we don't play with any of these two things. And we got a lot of training. I had my mentor, Mr. Oyefeso. The slide before, you see what our products used to look like. And then he basically just handheld me. We did field trips, we did in-person training, we did online training. And it was just a whole huge process. It's telling us, see, you can package African food this way, you can tell your story, and you can actually attract the right audience. So that training was very instrumental in the way that we have into chips with our dehydrator, and they were doing bananas as well and plantains. So that, I mean, it's not just healthy, it's also nutritious, and we're adding value to the farmers that we work with. We do our local palm oil, we do natural seasoning, and then we work with some farmers who do our oils for us. With the AFC, I didn't just stop at YAED, so I'm an AFC baby. I went to do the Scaling Export Program, and it just showed that Africa has a huge potential if we're able to trade within ourselves. And I've been able to showcase in Rwanda the Africa Food Systems Forum and the International Trade Fair in Nairobi, Kenya. The crowning of my FC journey is being selected as a leading African woman in food. So here is a leading African woman in food. And because a lot of us, thank you very much. It was a dream come true for me because it was very competitive. It came with referrals, and then we had to interview and all of that. But it connected me with so many other African sisters who are doing absolutely amazing. The ecosystem enablers, the chefs, and just so many other people in food space, food and beverage. And it's helped me scale because it's connected me with sisters who I trust, who I've done 6 months with, who I've spent time together with, and we've bonded, we've networked, and we've collaborated. Currently, we have some of our products in Kenya, and my last sister, Christine, is the go-to person. So one of the challenges of export or trade is having a partner who is present in the country where the buyer is. They always want to see somebody who they can hold or who they trust. So Christine stands in for us in Kenya. We have other partners in Nigeria, the chefs who promote our products in their kitchens and on their platforms, showcasing that African food is the best experience ever. I mean, it's rich, it's nutritious, it doesn't have preservatives, and it's very nourishing. And because, I mean, Africa, I always say Africa will feed the world. Because this claim is not just a claim, it's the truth. It means that more young people need to be in the system, there needs to be more collaboration, there needs to be more networking, and that's what the AFC has provided. And being a leading African woman in food, I can tell you that this is viable if we get the right support, if we get the right trainings. I've been able to grow year on year. In 2021, I wasn't doing much. In 2022, I mean, I started growing and I started getting market traction. In 2023, we had done 100% of our revenue, and this is our revenue in 2024. It can be more. So please, we are calling for sponsorships and funding to work with more farmers and add value to products, to get more equipment, and to basically just reach every single person in this room and beyond who desires that African food can be celebrated in kitchens across the globe. in this room, please do more so that women are employers of labor and that we're scaling and just redefining what the agri-food space is like. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for that beautiful presentation. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for Ozioma Ukegbu Onwodi, founder, Eden Acres Integrated Organic Farm. Beautiful. I think we're progressing, and at this juncture, we're moving into the innovation panel session. We'll be looking at ideas of governance, initiatives that empower local communities, enhance participation, and promote sustainable development in agriculture and food systems. And to moderate this panel session, please, our very distinguished guests, let's put our hands together as I call on stage the moderator, Vivian Madueke, Managing Partner, Food Health Systems Advisory. There she is. Please put our hands together for her. Please, then going to call on the panelists. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are we tired? Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. The theme for today's day is innovation. And that is the purpose of the panel we're going to have at the moment. I would like to call our distinguished panelists, starting with Dr. Kwao Andam. He's the country director of the International Food Policy Research Institute. Please join us. I'd also like to invite Ms. Tosin Ojo, who is a partner at Sahel Capital. And also I'd like to invite Dr. Lekong Tobe, who is the country director of Heifa International. Please give them an encouraging round of applause. I know we are exhausted, but it's just about to start. Now we're delving into the innovations, right? We've heard a lot of very convincing speeches, a lot of challenges highlighted, solutions highlighted as well. And for us, this session is where we can have honest conversations about what the challenges are, and most importantly, what solutions are available, right? We've seen numerous interventions have come across throughout the years, but we're still in the same food and nutrition insecurity issues. And so our panelists would kindly share with us practical, actionable solutions. With that, I would like to pose my first question. And can I encourage all of us to please take notes? In this session, we would love to take questions from you to the panelists so that we can have an engaging dialogue rather than just us presenting to you. So for the first question, is it okay if I sit? Are we fine with that? Hello? All right, fantastic. So the first question I have is around policy, right? Dr. Kwao, as we all saw today, policy is quite important, and Nigeria is not lacking policies. One of the things I want to encourage our panelists to do is to focus this on action, practicality. So my question is, in your view, what are the 3 top governance issues that prevent us from having policies that work? And if you can also build in, what do we need to do differently in practical terms, not high level? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vivian, and very good to be on this panel. Appreciate the organizers, Sahel, for inviting me, and thank you all for being in the room. I'm going to mention only 2 of these issues instead of 3, Vivian, and permit me to do that just to save time, but also because I can only think of 2, actually, so that works out very well for all of us. So 2 things that practically I can think of. We all heard from the Minister of State a few minutes ago that there is a vision that the president has for no one to go to bed hungry, right? I hope we all heard that. I was glad when I heard that, because the first thing I had on my list in response to this question was the need for a clearly articulated, shared, communicated vision of where we want to go with food systems. Now, what we just heard a few minutes ago from the Minister of State, if that is the vision, it really needs to be communicated much more than it has been in the past. And it needs to be a shared vision, which everyone, every Nigerian citizen has of where we want to go. There's a portion of a book that I love, Alice in Wonderland, where Alice asks a cat that, "Can you show me the way to go, sir?" And the cat responds, "Well, where do you want to go?" And Alice says, "Actually, I don't know where I want to go," because she's lost, if you have read that book. And the cat says, "Well, if you don't know where you want to go, then it really does not matter which way you take." It's the same with policy. We have to know where we want to go in order to know which policies to take. And then the second one I'll mention very briefly, because I think we all know about it. It is to ensure that we actually implement the governance model, a model of decentralization, which is what Nigeria is supposed to be. And the reason why I mention that is that those who are closest to the outcomes, right, the state and local leaders should be the ones who are empowered to make the decisions, including budgets. So there is in 2024, there is no reason to continue with the model where the budgets, the decisions on budgets for what is spent in Kebbi, what is spent in Benue are taken in Abuja. Those decisions should be taken by those who are closest to the ground. So two things: a clearly articulated and shared vision of where we want to go with food systems, and secondly, implementing decentralization in a meaningful manner. I hope those are practical enough. Thank you, Vivian.
So does that, I heard two things, like you mentioned, having a clear vision of where we want to go. And I want to assume a vision of no one going hungry. Is that a smart vision? Is that, in your view, is that smart enough? And then the second bit, I was even having a conversation with someone today who said, you know, the federalized system of government where the federal, they determine the budget. By the time it trickles to the local government, the money is finished. The money is finished, right? So in your view, what are the practical, I wish the minister was here, you know, to hear us out. What do you think are the practical things that can be, what do we need to do differently?
Thank you, Vivian. Well, I mean, to be honest, it really doesn't matter much what is my view or what is the minister's view. Let me tell you whose view matters. The farmers in the room, right? You heard them earlier. If they believe that this is a good vision for Nigeria, then it will come to pass. And the reason why I say that is this. For us, for me, for example, as an economist, as a researcher, I can do my work. I can do the research and publish. I can communicate that research. The minister can think about the policies. But at the end of the day, who is going to produce the food? Who is going to package the food? We just heard from Eden Foods, a really nice presentation, I think. Those people are the ones who are working on the ground in the food system. If they believe in that vision, then it will work. So in that, I think a vision of no one going to bed hungry is a good enough vision if it is shared by those who will actually do the work. And I hope that they share that vision.
Okay, great. Thanks. The farmers in the room, at some point, I would want to hear from you. Is the vision smart enough at some point? Because for me, that is why I'm trying to get us to look at actions. And I agree with you, is a shared vision. But, you know, there's also room for leadership, encouraging leadership. And, you know, these are real conversations. And I really do wish we can communicate this to our leaders. But thank you very much for your insights. Tosin, you work with Sahel Capital, the money people. You have a lot of experiences in funding agriculture. I'm curious to know, what is the biggest misconception around innovative finance in food and ag?
Yes, I'm from Sahel Capital. We're a sister company to Sahel Consulting, and we're a private investment firm. We have two funds. I've raised $90 million over the last 10 years, and we can support companies in 13 sub-Saharan African countries. We've learned a very hard lesson from our first fund, very painful lesson. We did a lot of good work and had a lot of impact. But as we all know here, FX has been devalued perhaps maybe 10 times, roughly, in the last 10 years. And let me put that in perspective. You will break even, your portfolio will break even in dollars if you have generated 10x money in local currency in the same period. That means you would just be able to return the exact amount of dollars given to you 10 years ago. So for you to be able to return the exact amount of dollars given to you 10 years ago, the companies must have performed 10 times for you to return the exact same amount of money. And I'm explaining it in this layman way so that we understand the challenges that we're facing. Your question is, what's the biggest misconception? I think one of the biggest misconceptions that I have seen around innovative financing is that we do not think enough from upsetting the system. So we think we can do innovative financing and at the same time try to keep the basic principle of economics in these markets and many developing markets. And I'll say what I mean. Right now, interest rates are 35%. Interest rates are that high because the monetary policy authorities, the central bank, have to jack up rates because they were dealing with very high inflation. They were dealing with unstable currency. And if you understand basic economics, it's very difficult for you to keep interest rate low, keep exchange rate stable, and keep inflation low. We call it the trilemma in economics. You can't achieve the three. So you can only do two at a time, but that's monetary policy. So they use monetary policy to jack up rates through a number of things. So it's led commercial rates to be to 35%. But the reality is for the real sector, how many businesses would thrive with 35%? So we said this thing in finance where we say, oh, we should not subsidize the market. And I'm saying this as a finance person. So I'm saying this as what needs to be said because we are here to say what needs to be said. And so we say, okay, we can't subsidize the market. It's a principle that is true in theory, but every nation needs to determine what is priority for them and what they need to achieve. If you study the history of Southeast Asia, many of these countries, South Korea, Japan, maybe China, and all of these countries, there were deliberate things they did that were not in line with conventional economics when they were trying to catalyze specific sectors, right? Agriculture is one sector that is very strategic. We've said is important for political security. We've said is important for stability. In many countries in the world, agriculture is not financed with plain vanilla banking and solutions. You have Bank of Agriculture, you have different ways in which agriculture is financed. So we need to start thinking about all those things. We need to decouple. We need to delink the financing of this sector with how we think about it from like commercial pricing because it cannot work. We can't continue to, like, you can't take, if you're a processor, you take money at 40%. And then if you take the money at 40% and then you see how that cascades, you're not going to make any profit. The financials will not be stable. If it's not stable, the company is not stable and it just cascades. So that's the first thing. So when you ask about the misconception, if we want to do innovative financing, we truly have to make it innovative. We cannot try to like anchor on what traditional economics or traditional finance tells us to do. And we say at the same time, we're trying to like have real great impacts. No, we can't. And as a nation, we need to determine what's important to us. If you think food security is important, then we need to take a decision that on this, we are going to do this. And it does not matter. Every economic theory is someone's theory. So we can figure out what can work for us, right? As long as the unorthodox pathway that we are taking does not, disrupt basic market principles. And so that's one thing. The second thing is we need to galvanize local currency funding. So one of the other misconceptions also is that, oh, we can continue to fund in dollars or dollarize in dollars, and then it doesn't matter. It does matter because investors want return. In fact, every time we talk about sustainability and impact, the first thing that needs to be sustainable is the financial return. Because if there's no profit, then every other impact that you have generated cannot be sustained. Because if the company packs up, it does not matter how many people you have employed, they'll be out of jobs. So we need to start talking about, and if we continue to give funding in USD, there's no way people can be able to cope just because of some of the things that I've mentioned. So we need to start to think outside of the bracket. What do we need? And I can speak to those things later. What are the real innovative ideas that we need to bring to the table if we really believe that this is a problem that we need to tackle and we need to solve.
Thanks, Tosin, for some of you. Thank you. You've spoken excellently. And I'll try to recap what I heard. The first thing is, if there is a need, we might need to subsidize the markets. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Agriculture
And
is
that can be,
subsidized everywhere.
and this is for years for both the government, but also the development partners in the room, right? Because, as much as we know the government is independent, they listen to advice from development partners. And I want us to leave this room with actions, with things that work. The second thing I'm also hearing is, for those who don't know, dollar last year was 465. This year is 1,000, if I'm correct, 1,680. 1,007, okay. That's how much devaluation. That's a significant amount. And what we're hearing Tosin say is that if we continue to give funding, loans, or any form of fund in USD, that would be an issue. So we need to think Naira. Now, Tosin, I want to give you a chance. I know we're trying to be efficient with time, to just tell us, so with all these challenges you've highlighted, what are the innovative financing mechanisms that can, from a governance perspective or from a practical perspective, get to both SMEs or large organizations within food? Yeah, go ahead, please.
So the first thing I spoke about is about subsidizing the market. And I want to explain how it can work, because like I said, if you don't do it well, you can distort the market. And I'll explain how it's been done before. And it was counterproductive. The anchor borrower scheme, CACs, and some of the programs under the CBN were attempts to give cheap funding to the agriculture sector, but it did not work. But it did not work. We all know the reasons why it did not work, right? Like, is embedded in government, and there's just a lot of government inefficiencies and a lot of corruption that, were in there. And people took the money basically like, it's my share of national cake, and that's it. Now, if you want it to work, first, we need government to just be ecosystem enabler. We need to bring the financiers, and then we need to bring private sector institutions, and then we need to structure the funding, the appropriate funding in like a first long-term, low cost, right? Blended capital instruments that we can put together between the funders and the intermediaries, or in some cases, even maybe directly to the companies, depending on their size. But intermediaries most times are needed because the sizes of these companies in these markets are too small. So you need like investment vehicles who can help channel them. So we need that. And we need to be very clear that we're delinking and decoupling that mechanism from how the traditional monetary policy and interest rate works. We need to be very clear that we're doing that and we can do that. And it needs to be tied to impact outcomes and impact-based. If you say we want to tackle food security, then what we should be tracking is, what is the volume of rice or volume of maize that we have produced in the next 6 months and in the next 4 months? And if you collect this money, we want to see that volume. And if you're not meeting your volume outputs, whether we fund a processor and you take maize from farmers or you take rice from farmers, if you are not meeting those process outputs that we want to see, you do not have access to the funding, because the funding is concessionary because we want it to reach certain impact outcomes. So we need to start tying things like that to impact outcome based and delink it from the traditional monetary system. And so we've done it before, but we did it in the wrong way. So it did not work. It can work because in the EU, agriculture is subsidized. In the US, it's subsidized. In many countries in the world, it's subsidized because food is a security issue. So it can work. So that's one practical solution. The second practical solution is we then need, so this first practical solution is on the structuring of the supply side of the funding, so that companies can access the money on the demand side, because it's still not free money. It might be concessionary money, but you still need to pay it back. We need, one of the biggest problems when you're funding, especially when you're funding SMEs, they can't take equity. Most times it has to be like loan instruments. When you want to give loan instruments, you need security, you need collateral. There's a problem with collateral. So we need to have wholesale risk guarantees. Development finance institutions, this is some of the things they should be doing. They should not be competing with intermediaries for deals in the markets. They should be providing wholesale guarantees that help the intermediaries to lend to the SMEs. So you give this wholesale guarantee. Let me give an example. There's a 10 billion naira local currency fund to SMEs. You give wholesale guarantee, risk guarantee on that 10 billion naira to say, any loan that you write, I'll provide a guarantee. The cost of the guarantee can be 1% or whatever it is. I'll provide some kind of guarantee. So you can write that loan without necessarily saying, bring collateral, bring this, bring that, and all of that. This is also important for so many other more complicated or complex reasons, which I won't go into. But these are two practical things that can be done.
Yes, fantastic. I'm sure some of the SMEs in the room are happy to hear, is it possible to get a loan without collateral at an interest rate that makes sense, that is not 35%? So I'm hearing you say a couple of things. First, the fact that some of these fundings sit within the government and some people think is a national cake is a challenge in itself.
It is.
How can we structure it around public-private partnership where the government plays a facilitation role rather than an ownership disbursement role? Is that what I'm hearing?
100%.
Another thing I'm hearing is tie impact to outcome and disbursement. That's something we can do differently. And then the third thing I heard is wholesale risk guarantee. For the non-financiers in the room, it means somebody would take the risk on your behalf and so that you don't have to give collateral. Is that in a nutshell, a layman's language?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Tosin. So I'm coming to you, Dr. Leke Tobe. I want you to talk about public-private partnership. Tosin has already flagged we need public-private partnership, and that is an innovation in itself. It's not the first time it's happening. We have so many PPPs in existence. Which public-private partnerships have you seen as most effective when it comes to food systems? And if you can also add, what are some of the elements that made those public-private partnerships successful?
Okay. Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. And first, I want to thank Sahel for a wonderful event that this has been, and for staying consistent over the years, 3 years going now. And to answer your question, there are different types of PPP that exist. And the one that is particularly of interest is the value chain development. Of course, we know that the type that you choose is dependent on context and the goal or objectives that the partners want to achieve. So there's the one that is focused on value chain development. And you may actually also focus on market infrastructure or infrastructure development, or the type that is focused on research, development, innovation, and technology, and including technology dissemination and transfer, or the one that is targeted at technical assistance and business development that are targeted to SMEs and smaller farmers. At HEFA, where I work, our focus, or the one that we have been using, has been centered around the one that focus on removing the barriers in the or constraint in the value chain, because we're in the agricultural system, and that's worked for us. And in that, we have the government in real terms providing the enabling environment and having their skin in the game. We have the private sector, and we who are facilitating and coordinating also, making the partnership work. And of course, ensuring that there's inclusivity. That is that the smallholder farmer is actually participating through the agency that we're able to create for the smallholder farmer. Now, going beyond all of these, the one major example of a project that we have that is aligned with this type of public-private partnership is the one that we have, a poultry project that we are implementing with partners in Edo State, where we have Amo Farm, the government of Edo State, us and several other actors in the value chain playing different roles. That's been very successful. In that, what we did was to facilitate the expansion of the investment of Amo operation into that state through the building of a 10,000 chicken per day poultry processing plant. And what the government does is to ensure that these private sector have all that they need for their business to thrive. And what that means is that they made the road that leads to that factory. They're connecting the factory to their own independent power plant so that this factory can have constant power supply. And they're also providing technical assistance to the farmers alongside us who are the implementing NGOs in the space. Now, what we are doing is to ensure that everything, all the values that are created are inclusive of the farmers also and all other SMEs that are playing part in that, such that everybody has a value. And what we do beyond just facilitating the process and coordinating is that we provide catalytic fund to this project, especially to the private sector, to attract them into that market, because the problem that we were trying to solve and we're still solving is access to market for poultry farmers. They lack access. So to address that is to bring an off-taker into the market, and that off-taker has to have a processing plant in that space. And that is also stimulating the growth of the value chain. Other actors are coming on board, and that's something that we have seen as a successful model of public-private partnership in that state. But of course, we have other variants that we're using where the government does not necessarily have skin in the game, but they are providing an enabling environment.
Great. So what I hear you say is the government, the example you shared, what was the secret sauce? Was the government creating an enabling environment?
Yeah.
And also providing infrastructure. I heard you talk about road, providing power.
Yeah.
I would want you to pivot slightly and tell us, in your view, what's the role of international donors and development partners in facilitating these public-private partnerships? Because here we want to talk about innovative governance models, right? Yes. And there is the government, public, private, but there's also the third sector. So what is the role of
now, thank you, Vivian. In practical terms, if I am going to leverage the experience that we have, our role as an INGO is to not just facilitate, but coordinate also, and ensure that the farmer is included. That is inclusiveness of the farmer in all of that, as a service to the farmer, because that's why we are created in the first place, to provide service in support of the smallholder farmer, that they may achieve sustainable living income, and have a thriving and improved livelihood, as the case may be. So, but for that to happen, we have to go first to the market, who often don't find the smallholder farmer attractive to transact with. So to ensure that the businesses are attracted into the space where the farmer has his operation or have their operation, we have to provide the stimulus, which is the catalytic front, as an incentive for the private sector to come into that space. Standard and business development. So to not just the but also to the for example, to our farm, where that's the example that I in bringing their full energy to the table, so that, because one thing that we learned was that it was difficult for the private sector farmer, the private sector business, to actually trust the word of the government. So we are also the bridge between that, to ensure that they come to the table. And what we are saying is that whether we're there now or not, they're able to speak to themselves, and look at what is going on and who can solve that problem between themselves without having to leverage our facilitation in the space. So that's what we bring to the table. Yeah.
You've raised several points, and I thought it's important to reiterate that for the development partners in the room. And I do believe we know some of these things. Some of them are reminders. The first one is development partners will serve as a trust bridge between private and public. Also providing technical assistance and business development, catalytic funding, markets development, and then coordinating the inclusivity. That's what I heard you say. Now, you've heard 3 speakers, and because of time, I'm respectful of our time. We have so much more we need to talk about. But we have Dr. Kwao, who has talked about policy. We have our dear financier Tosin, who has talked about money, financial structures. We've also heard Dr. Lekon, who has talked about public-private partnership. Now I want you to talk to us. If you have any questions for them, anything you would want to learn a little bit more about, we have time for 1 or 2 questions. Do we have any questions? Please. I know we have a few more minutes. Can we get a mic to her, please?
Very much. My name is Ezekiel Ebube, and I'm representing Ukera Ebere Institute. My question is directed to Ms. Tosin. She spoke very broadly. In fact, I enjoyed everything she spoke about. I learned a lot, but I don't think what our previous minister said is realistic. You see, there are no steps to cushion the effects of all this on the citizens. And because there are no intentional steps to cushion these effects, there will constantly be demands, and that will increase the inflation. And even if it eventually works, when the farmers sell to the wholesalers who eventually sell to the retailers, you find out that most of them get greedy. You can't tell if a retailer that has been selling a bag of rice for 95,000 naira to suddenly start selling it for 40,000 naira. Now, how do the consumers know that, okay, this thing is not supposed to be sold like this? So my question is this: is there a way where you can the private sector can probably advise the government to bring about price regulation? Because I feel like price regulation would go a long way. You know, we have a lot of markets in Abuja. We can start with the market here in Abuja, expand, you're selling food stuff. This is what we are buying. This is what you should sell. At least there should be a budget for it. I think moving forward, that would also affect your interests and all of that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. That's a fantastic contribution. And we're here to discuss innovation. So either you, Dr. Kwao or Tosin, any one of you can take the question. Can we truly regulate the prices of things in the market? Is that an innovation to consider? Remember, innovation isn't always about tech. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
please. My name is Ismail Oke Adetoyi. I come from Kasana for this conference. Talking about innovative approaches to things. I was in Oshogbo, and I saw one financing that really interests me. There is a company that finances commercial motorcycles. And the way they do it, normal financial model, they will ask you to bring collateral. But these people, they don't deal with any collateral. They oversimplified it. Just show interest, bring someone, maybe a small trader, to stand as guarantor for you that he or she knows you. They will give you the machine. And it really works. I saw hundreds of it. So maybe this is something that maybe if the model can be studied and maybe adapted into agribusiness also, it will really assist a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So in the spirit of collateral, I'll be interested in knowing the interest rate of such kind of lending. Do you have those numbers? At what interest? It will probably be 36, 50% flat to get you that. Anyway, let me leave the experts. It was simplified. Fantastic. So the simplicity, remember I said innovation is about simplicity, it's not always about tech. Let me allow our panel to respond to those questions. We have two questions here. The first one is the possibility of price regulation. As economists, what's the implication of that? Is that a potential? And secondly, how do we oversimplify funding? I'll use an example. I love OPay, even though I don't have an OPay account. How many people have OPay accounts here? I love the way they've simplified banking. So what's the potential for lending for that? Go ahead.
Should I take the one on price regulation?
Please.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the short answer is no, this would not be a potential policy that you pursued. And the reason why we should not do that is this. The price is really a signal. It's a way of communication that enables the person who's consuming, those of us who are buying, to signify what we would like to place a value on, or how much value we would like to place on what is being bought. And it's also a signal that goes back to the producer. For example, the farmer who is producing or the processor who is producing that food. Now, what you want to do is that you want the markets to work. You want the consumers to be able to signal back to the producers about using the prices, about what to produce and the level at which they should produce. If you turn to price regulation, then we are turning the setting of the prices over to the government or to officials who would not have all of the information that we have, how much we have in our pockets, how much we value that product, how much we value other things that we have to buy. So as much as attractive as sometimes the sound of price regulation sounds, because it tells us that maybe we can set a limit on the prices, it's not actually the suitable mechanism for limiting food price inflation. I think that's what's behind your question. Rather, what we should be looking at is policies that can bring about a more productive food system, because that's what would bring down the prices of food. Thank you.
Tosin, you want to answer that?
It's just something small to add. So from a practical point of view, Nigeria is a big country. I don't think many of us even understand the scale of this country. There are 774 local governments, 200 million people. Maybe you do a little thing in one local government in Abuja, how are you going to cover the country? So if the cost of regulation itself is a cost. All those people that will be going out to monitor prices, they'll be on salaries, that's the cost of regulation. Apart from the fact that it will never work. It has never worked and it's not going to work. And the reason it won't work is very simple. Price is an output. Like he said, it's telling you what's happening between demand and supply. There'll be people in between that will take advantage, but fundamentally it's because you have a supply problem. And so what you should go and fix is, how do you fix the supply problem? And that's what we're talking about. We should provide concessionary funding so that people can offtake more from farmers. If you can offtake more from farmers, then farmers have more income to produce more, right? These are things that we can fix with financial instruments. There are other things that we can fix with financial instruments, like security. If a farmer does not feel safe to stay on the farm, it does not matter what you try to do, they are not going to do. But until we fix those things, we can like regulate prices. In the long run, it's more destructive than whatever we think we might achieve in the short run.
Economics 101. Okay, thank you. Can you please respond to the second question?
Okay, so the question on simplifying lending, yes. And it's something we've already started doing at Sahel with our SEFA fund. We're probably, I don't want to boast, but I'm not sure, we're probably the only non-bank agribusiness financier in this country that actually provide funding without hard collateral. We provide funding with inventory, with assignment of receivables, with things that are traditional banks, most traditional banks will not accept. But it does not mean that the risk management is weak. So there are two things that happens in funding. If it's very simplified and your risk management, so I just bring any person and person guarantees. The power of a guarantee is the ability for the person to make good on that guarantee if that loan goes bad. So if I just bring somebody on the road that does not even, you don't even know who the person is, or they don't even have the capacity to repay, if that loan has a problem, then that's a bad credit. How lenders like that compensate for it, that they charge very high interest rate. So that if I'm charging 10% per month, I would have factored in those that might go bad. again, we've said here that for food systems, that's counterproductive. Maybe it can work in another sector, but when we're talking about food systems and solving the problem of food insecurity, that can work because we need to increase production. So what I've said earlier about getting wholesale credit guarantee can work. If like an infra credit or a BOI says, I have this 10 billion credit risk guarantee for food processors that want to borrow money, such that you can borrow it at maybe low double digits or something, then that can work. Then if you meet the process, that guarantee applies to you, that's something that can work. But we're already trying to make it as simplified as possible, right? So that we really can provide funding.
Fantastic response. I would have loved to take more questions, but we've run out of time. But guess what? The speakers are available during the session. After now, you can always meet them. But I have one more question for the panelists. If you were to, with the limited resources, if you could invest in only one food systems innovation, be it governance, be it whatever, what would that be? In just one sentence, what would that be?
I would say it would be to get quality seed and planting material to farmers, because the information for productivity is in the seed.
So quality seeds to our farmers. What about you?
Local currency, single digits or low double digits, working capital loans to food processors.
All right.
So the moderator, Vivian Madueke, well done. The managing partner, Food Health Systems Advisory. Thank you. And I could still see so many hands up, trying to ask questions, but like she rightly said, the panelists are still very much around. All you need to is reach out to them. Thank you. And on that note, so we're going to be breaking out at this moment. We're heading for the breakout session. And yes, for those that are interested in the German Development Corporation, please kindly remain in the hall. And while those that are interested in Mercy Corps and then Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, your session rooms are outside. The ushers will direct you. So please, if you are interested in these, you can kindly move to these other rooms. The ushers are right in front of the doors to direct you to the various rooms that you're interested in. The panel sessions are going to be displayed on the screen. Yes, for German Development Corporation, we'll be looking at crop strategies. And for Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, we'll be looking at nutrition and food systems policy action. And for Mercy Corps, it is climate, food insecurity, and conflicts. So whichever one you're interested in, if you're interested in the German Development Corporation, please kindly remain in the hall. And if it's Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, your room is outside. And if it's Mercy Corps as well, your room is outside. Thank you. The ushers are on standby to take you to your various rooms. The one in the hall is the first one, the first one is one. Yes, that. Say it again. All right, let me say it again. German Development Corporation remains in this hall, please. Kindly note, German Development Corporation remains in this hall. You can see from the screen. Kindly look at the room you're interested in and, make movements. Okay, I didn't know there are people here. Where are they? Oh, wow. Oh, beautiful. Yes. Oh, beautiful. Please, ushers, kindly direct them to the rooms they're interested in. Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. We have just 30 minutes. Yes, 30 minutes. If I could get Mia, no, she didn't give me how many minutes. Okay, I could just walk up to them and tell them about it. They didn't give me time. They didn't give me time limit. Um, Yemi, Abitemi, what's his name? Timmy. How many minutes do we have? How many minutes? How many minutes do we have? Yes. Now we are in here. I can't see. Yes, I can't see getting there. I can't see persuade you. Okay, the previous one. There was one previous one. The previous one is big. I have to see and we have no, because I've even been changing the timing. Okay, so let's increase it to an hour. Just 1 hour. One hour. Okay, so the breakout session is going to last for just 1 hour. 1 hour max, please. Just an hour, and we're expected to be back in the hall, please. 1 hour, and the time starts now, basically. Okay. Please, like I rightly said earlier on, if you're interested in crop strategies, remain in this hall. Nutrition and food system policy actions, kindly step outside. The ushers will direct you to your room. And for climate, food insecurity, and conflicts, same. Kindly step outside. The ushers will direct you to that room as well. And please, this is just a soft reminder that as you leave, kindly go with your belongings, especially for the ladies, kindly go with your bags. Hotel policy again, please. Do not leave anything behind. Thank you very much. Tell me what you saw. Huh. Let me talk to this other lady. Our very distinguished guests, please, time is of the essence. We're working with time. Like I rightly said earlier on, if you're interested in any of these slides, choose whichever one you're interested in and kindly go to that room. To remain in this room are those interested in German Development Corporation. That's the first one, crop strategies. It's going to be discussed here. If you're interested in nutrition and food system policy actions, please kindly step outside. Please, the ushers will direct you. And if you're interested in MESI-Core, that's climate, food insecurity, and conflict, your room is outside as well. Please. Thank you. All right, so those for crop strategies, kindly come forward, please. Come forward. The session is about to begin. Kindly come forward, move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you. Those for crop strategies, kindly move forward. We are about to begin. Thank you as you do so. Vicky.
This is a test. Yes, great. So, welcome. We would like to start this session. I'm very pleased that we have the opportunity as the German Development Corporation to host a session at this very important conference today, the Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference. And I'm representing here the German Development Corporation. My name is Dr. Andrea Rüdiger. I am a cluster coordinator for agriculture and rural development, and I coordinate 7 of GIZ's projects and activities in the agricultural sector. Today's session, and I will introduce the gentleman to my left and my right in just a moment. Today, we welcome you to a session entitled Crop Strategy barrier or pathway to food, agri-food, rice and potato strategies. Session is that we actually we're really asking ourselves as German Development Corporation this question: are crop strategies a pathway or a barrier to food system transformation? And you are very warmly invited also to enter into this debate with us today. I will try to manage time. That's why I'm looking at my phone, not to check my messages, but to see how we're doing on time so that we can also have your inputs and points of view here in the session. I'm very thankful that I'm joined by 2 very knowledgeable speakers on the stage today. To my right, I welcome Kazim, the ECOWAS Rice Observatory, and of the ECOWAS Rice Observatory. I very warmly welcome Mr. Omar Nyam Yakubu. He is Fruits and Vegetables Global, based in Jaws. Maybe I can also invite the audience to applaud our speakers. Thank you. Before we hear from our experts here, I would like to provide a little bit of introduction into the session topic so that you will all contribute. ideas? I think we've also covered quite a good number. You see it? Ah, there's a gentleman in the very back who's raising his hand.
Okay, so let's have it for my father, right?
Ah, okay, and NABG has also.
Yes, good afternoon. The rice roadmap that is currently being developed right now with support from the Ministry of Agriculture, and I know of an institution called the SRI 360 or something like that, that has been involved in advocating for the development of the rice roadmap. Now, my question to you is, how sustainable is the current rice production strategies that we have now? How sustainable is that? And how are we able to amplify the right rice production systems or mechanisms or strategies in a way that is sustainable both for the environment and can also guarantee food security?
Okay,
You want to take the second question before we answer?
yeah, I'm still wondering whether I allow it now.
So let's have the second question, please.
Let's hear the second question.
It's not really a question.
A contribution, yes, of
Yeah,
course.
it's a contribution. How crop strategies are becoming barrier and pathway. For example, the rice production. Somehow, in as much as we are looking at it having its own pathway, it has become a barrier because smallholder farmers are people that don't do monocropping. They farm different crops on a plot of land to achieve security. So we see rice farming making the government concentrate on a particular place and leaving some other aspects of production. And the technical know-how to improve other crops, diversity. I give example, rice, in as much as it has come to stay, is not a major food in northern Nigeria. Corn is, for example. Guinea corn is, for example. So such focus should also be extended or allow the market, the production stage to increase such things instead of the government focusing only on a particular product.
Thank you. Very valuable contribution. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, my name is Benjamin. My question, I'm not really sure how relevant it is, but let me ask. I want to know if the development of this framework and policies on rice and potato that you have been talking about, what about the waste, like rice in particular, the husk? Is it being factored into what's the benefit of the husk? Because the more you produce the rice, in the end, we're trying to achieve food security. You produce more rice, you produce more waste, like the rice husk. Do you factor the use, what you're going to do with the husk, into this policy and the framework that you're trying to go about? Then, because, like, for example, the husk, there are a lot of benefits, animal feed, and let's say like the second generation production of bioethanol. That is that. Then the potato now, the vine and the leaf can also be channeled into animal feed. And also, you keep farming on land year in, year out. And in the end, you may get out of the land may be becoming fertile. The vine and the leaf can be used as concentrate, compost, for people that are actually into organic farming that don't want to deal with chemical fertilizers. Do you factor it into the program or the framework? Thank you.
Thank you. We will not allow any more questions or comments at this stage. Also very interesting question that I would say, please take the question the gentleman just asked up in your answers to the next question. And then maybe the question raised by NABG, are the current production systems sustainable from an economic and environmental point of view? To what extent are they? So maybe that one can have a quick answer.
All right, thanks very much for the question. It's those waste that comes from, rice production. You just mentioned one, there are a lot of them. In fact, it starts from the farm, yeah? From the stubble, and so on. And the straw is already, in fact, it's the major one, not even the husk. Because when you have those straw on the field, it generates, with flooding and so on it, it generates, the main gas I mentioned earlier, methane that would contribute to the, depletion of ozone layer, contribute to the greenhouse gas emission. Essentially, the NRDS 2 in Nigeria does refer to those aspects. So there's a part of it that focus mainly on sustainable rice practices. That is written, yeah? I would join also the question. If you look at all our strategies, they're always well written and it has everything, yeah, well thought through. But the fact is that they can't implement themselves, the papers, documents, they can't. So there's a bit of investment that also needs to go into that. Even though it's written, yeah, that it should follow sustainable rice practices. This is what it should be done. I mean, if you go to the field, the reality, is it being done? No. So there's a deliberate, part of it that needs to come with investment if you have to transform those husks into briquettes and the likes, yeah? To make good use of them instead of them constituting nuisance or even, burning and so on is what is happening on the field there in the rice processing company. So I would say attracting investment into the rice value chain to be maybe more or less, get those, because nothing is a waste in rice, nothing, not even a single thing. So, but it's underutilized. So there's a part of just eating rice, white rice alone, or flour, like tuwo, for example, that needs to really be, explored. So this I mentioned, but I think I would go into what my colleague from NEBG also mentioned. This strategy, they are quite ambitious strategy that we have in Nigeria and other countries in West Africa with the NRDS. Most of the countries set a very big target. Yes, this has been reviewed at ECOWAS level. We try to also make it more realistic now. Then we go into the countries and more or less create an action plan out of the strategy. It goes also into my former, previous response. It's one thing to have a strategy, to have a policy. It's another thing to have an action plan, really what we should do. And then that's what we will be doing next year, for example, with all the countries to really make sure we bring the right also investor, as I've mentioned earlier, as action, then to take one bit by bit some of those, teams or outline strategy in the document that we have to really implement them. Otherwise, they are sitting there, actually, not Nigeria alone, in all the countries. A few countries have concept notes around a few topics, but yeah, this needs to be deliberate. I'll mention again. So, but it's achievable, actually, especially Nigeria. And yeah, Nigeria is also leading on this. As I'm a Nigerian also, but the fact is that Nigeria is leading when it comes to rice. And there's a huge, huge potential still to achieve all of those goals that we set. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lomack, I will ask you to sort of answer the question also that the gentleman asked around the use of the whole plant in the agricultural system or for further processing as part of the next question, if you allow me. The next question I will invite you to reflect on how a crop strategy can be a pathway to food system transformation. So can you provide any example that you see or a suggestion for what is maybe not done yet, but where you see a high potential, how the potato strategy and in its implementation can provide meaningful contribution to food system transformation?
Actually, like what I've explained earlier, that definitely attention has to be given in terms of the seed production, which is the major area that needs concentration. The entire value chain, I think the weakest link is the seed issue. The seed is the weakest link. So if improvement is targeted towards improvement of the planting material, the seed, definitely it will go a long way in improving productivity and even encouraging other farmers to go into production. Now, you talk about, again, the post-harvest losses, which I experienced. Let's know potato is one of the crop with the highest post-harvest losses because it's a water product. It has water content in it. So storage is a problem. So if you don't store it properly within a short time, you lost everything. Now, if you go to the plateau, the number one issue faced by the farmers is post-harvest. How do you store it? And then it's paramount to get attacked by disease and pests, even during storage. So those are factors that you need to address. So the pathway is to address those issues and then couple with the number one key issue in terms of production by the farmers, which is the blight issue. We all hear about blight, potato blight. It's a common disease during the rains. So if you don't tackle the issue of blight, automatically the production stops. So the pathway to getting this thing right is to get solutions, especially in terms of control of fungal infection like the blight. Now, last year, farmers lost huge money, especially during rainfed. You produce potato during rainfed, the blight comes and it will destroy, within a short time, you destroy the entire field. So you expect the farmers again to go around and start getting seedlings and then start all over. So it's a very big issue. So the pathway to getting this thing right is to make sure that the farmers have adequate and then effective agrochemicals to protect their crop from, so they don't continue reinvesting and then they lose interest in the business. And then the second thing that I mentioned, processing is being a factor. Now, if you don't process these things into other things, so what do you do? At glock period, you get everything packed, jam-packed, and you can't even sell. So at off period, where do you get the product? Nothing. So processing has to be encouraged too, so that we turn this product into other level processes like flour, this potato flour, and this other thing they can turn it into. So post-harvest loss is very a challenge. And then let me discuss this, which is paramount, especially, and then facing potato production, especially on the plateau, the insecurity issue. Now you have a field, you've invested in that field. The headers just come and just graze on it. And there's no insurance coverage. If you go to insurance body, what they say, there's no coverage for grazing. There's coverage for other disasters, but not grazing. So what happens? If the farmer lost a field, automatically he has lost business. So those are issues that we need to address. If you address them, definitely this good prospect and this light at the end of the tunnel, that we be able to invest and farmers to gain, and then livelihood will be improved, and then families, food security will be sustained.
Thank you. I would like to challenge you a little bit, if I may. On the last remark you made around security and the lack of insurance when livestock grazed on your potato field and now your crop is gone. So that is exactly, I think, an issue where in the spirit of food system transformation, we would want to see some change. As someone who works in the potato value chain, what are your suggestions? What are solutions? I mean, you've talked about insurance, but how could the potato production system or a more diverse production system serve as a link between the livestock farmers and the crop farmers? How can it create a link between farmers and herders so that there is less destruction of agricultural produce in the field? Do you see any opportunity for that?
Good opportunity, but let's face the reality of the issue on ground. The farmers, there's a coded relationship between the farmers and then the headers. Now, the farmers come at the end of production to get manure, compost manure from the headers. At the same time, after production, the headers go to even feed on the farms. But notwithstanding, those are issues that on the continuous basis happen, possibly because of one other thing, maybe possibly land grabbing, or maybe this inadequate space for grazing. So the farmers within that community, I mean, the graders within that community may decide to feed on. So, but what we're saying, if there's intentional, policy formation from the government to cover for grazing. Now, we did a project just recently, and then one of the fields was grazed by herders. So I think I took some of the GZ team there. And then what the insurance companies are saying, I mean, there's no any policy to cover for. So government can come up with those good policies that if you insure your farm, you should be able to compensate it at the end of every grazing. It's bound to happen. It's a relationship that has been in existence for a long period between the herders and the farmers. And this, you can't just say completely, it won't happen that your farm will not be grazed. So policies by the government to cover for insurance, 2%. If farmer can pay 2%, if at the end of the day he knows if something happened to that field, it's going to be compensated. I mean, I think it's a good one by the government to put in place those policies.
Thank you. I think we all could discuss on this point for more than the rest of the session. So I will keep myself from responding to it. But thank you very much for the elaboration, and hand it to Mr. Kazim. The question, if you can provide an example or suggestion for how the RISE strategy, or also ERO, can be a pathway and provide a meaningful contribution to food system transformation.
Very much. I think for ECOWAS RISE Observatory, it's a governance structure itself, and it's one of those examples. It's an example on its own, governing the food system. So it comes from the composition of this platform and how it's working and how we're able to achieve, creating that pathway for food system. Beyond, focusing on rice, the essence is that it's a multi-stakeholder platform that brings, donors, private sector, public, everyone in the region on the same table. So it means that on this ECOWAS Observatory, you have GIZ representing the BMZ, that means the German Ministry. You have the World Bank, you have Islamic Development Bank, you have BMGF, you have UK HAID, and the rest, yeah, on this structure. It means that those are the donors. Then you have each of the countries with their chapter, and in the chapter, so it means that you have the private sector-led chapter of ECOWAS Observatory. For Nigeria, I think they are called CAP. I don't know if there's a member in this room. So it's more or less a structure where they have their chair, they have the same governance structure at the regional level in each of the country. At the moment, we have just 5 countries sitting on the board of ECOWAS Observatory, so more countries will come on board. But what it means to the food system, especially in the aspect of rice, is that you will have all of the stakeholders really, touching every aspect of the value chain. And one key example, what I think is on the table now is the social part. I think the gender. How many women do we have participating in the rice value chain? It's not just something to even talk about. It's not up to 20%. It's way less. So these are social topics that ordinarily, if you just want to pursue the self-sufficiency goal or objective alone, you might not even consider looking at this aspect. And it's a very important part of the whole food system as well. So it's a social part. But yeah, these are one of the things that on this platform we have key donors, funders that would also want to really push the participation of women, for example, in the rice value chain. So this is the key example I would provide on this platform.
So multi-stakeholder engagement and inclusiveness, I agree, as principles of food system transformation. Are there other aspects that you see also when it comes to environmental and social outcomes, for example, social outcomes you spoke to? Let's stay with environmental outcomes or nutrition outcomes as well.
Absolutely. I think for environment, I said earlier also that rice is a contributor. So anyone growing rice should be very conscious and should know that they need to follow a good practice. So what we have pushed so far among even the chapters they've imbibed what we call sustainable rice standard. Of course, this is an international standard, voluntary, I must say, but it goes through the key aspects, of rice production, where you would, be taking care so much of the environment. It means from water management to pesticides management, and all of that, that aspect that would eventually, compromise what the environment is supposed to be. Water is a big deal when it comes to rice. If you overuse water, honestly, it's also a problem. And this happened a lot in rice production. The key aspect, I think, for Aero, mainly apart from this, sustainable rice practices promotion, is also to bring that rice innovation in, where you don't only produce rice. What we do is that we make sure the members, I think we've done that with partners also. Also another one on the line, maybe to visit to Korea, South Korea. I mean, rice producing countries, especially in Asia, Thailand, also example, to really learn how to produce rice and other crops, sometimes even animal, not crops. Yeah, you have duck rice, you have duck being produced on the same rice feed, and then you also manage weed properly. Instead of using herbicides and the rest, you're able to manage the weeds. You have duck production, that's meat on the table, and then you eventually have rice. So I think that's also one aspect when it comes to taking care of all of the sides, social, environment, and even economic. I think mainly is always the driver. So to tag along. Over.
I'm looking at the timekeepers with 10 minutes left. All right. Given the limited time, and also open it up for the revision of the national rice strategy, what would it be? Or let me start with the potato strategy. If there was one aspect after today that you would want to bring into the, let's say, action plan or the revision of the national potato strategy, which aspect would it be?
For me, is development of. I want to see a situation seed development, especially to do well in tropical Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loming. Mr. Kasim, the same question to you.
Yeah, it seems like the same answer. But anyways, because everything begins, also with soil and also the seeds. And this is honestly crucial for rice than anything else. So if there be anything at all, we want to, I believe everyone here, probably for rice farmers here, you have 44, maybe and others, yeah? The 44 is more than 2 decades, even more. So variety, I think it's a very big issue. If you really want to get there, you say about expanding, because this is where the food system comes in. There's 2 scenarios. Do we want to expand land, or we want to maximize what we have now? So if we want to maximize what we have now, it's about improve seed varieties. And that is the only way to go. So I will stay on the same point, just like potato as well. So for the strategy, it will be the seed development to develop that across the sector. I mean, this regional strategy also sounds a bit interesting because we know there are countries that also their weather, like Burkina Faso, could produce very good seeds for rice. Yeah, if this can be done and then share seeds among other, but this needs to a little bit of also research, African rice and the rest. I think we're on that already. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. If I had more time, I would challenge both of you a little bit more. Because if I look at the national rice strategy that I have here and that I actually read through, seed is a major part of this strategy. So if you both of you say variety development in seed is what we need to make crop strategies work for food system transformation, I would say it's already there. Think more, think deeper. But I will leave it for the audience to challenge you a little bit more. So any contributions? We welcome any contributions on crops, on the link of crop strategies and food system transformation.
Good afternoon. So in the conversation, I came late, so perhaps maybe you've already talked about data, because I think data should also be a part of the strategy in the sense that when we talk about, for instance, the potato value chain, do we know how many potato farmers are in a particular area? Will that knowledge help factories and people that process dry foods situate their factories there? Stuff like that. And then you also talked about drying, processing these foods into dry food. Africa has a lot of sun. Everybody knows that electricity for now is not as constant as it should be. So I think we should, in part of this process, we should leverage the sun more. We should have more of dry foods which can last longer, since, you know, we can't exactly freeze the foods as much as we would like to. That's my contribution for now. Thank you.
And I think because of time, if I may take 3 questions, then we close.
Mm-hmm. There are also a number of questions here in the front. Don't forget them.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Chris Onwuka. My concern is rice is a staple food here in Nigeria. And my pain is that going back 2015, I know that a bag of rice costs less than 9,000 naira. And today, here we are. A bag of rice is over 85, 90, up to 100,000 naira. It is painful. So there should be, what critical strategy can this country take to see that rice comes down and we'll have enough quantity of it for us to have at least 30, 25,000 naira should buy us a bag of rice.
Thank you. We just have 2 questions left, then I'll hand over to you. I think I saw you first, then. Yeah. Or was it? I think it was you, then him. So we have them, then we take the 2 other questions. So you and then.
Right. Thank you so much. I'd like to speak to 2 things. Where you talked about, sorry, I'll go back to the barriers. Where you talked about the barriers, what I wanted to highlight is that when we have engaged with the stakeholders, one of the biggest challenge is the messaging, how it is, whether it is harmonized to get the right message to the farmer who is implementing whatever it is that we are promoting. A crop strategy that is focused on rice alone, a crop strategy that is focused on potato alone, in the absence of what is happening in the other spaces. For example, Ag Extension would be promoting agro-biodiversity, would be promoting different other things that are not in line with this crop strategy in terms of the agronomic activities. So if there is a delink there, if there is no harmonized messaging, I think there would be a problem, and it would be advancing, or it would be a barrier to food systems. And then on the pathways, I would think the crop strategies, as we're advancing, say, rice, as we're advancing potatoes, we are trying to address a particular need. The concern that is being made is around food security, having food, right? Now, one of the things that we would be thinking of, it would be looking at rice as an anchor crop. And in a strategy would be looking at how do we then, in the process, after we have addressed the food security needs, how do we then bring biodiversity? Because then one will have met their need, and because they have made their food security need, they can start to innovate and try to do other things with their land. But where I'm struggling to meet my food needs, I will not try and innovate and try all of those, small other crops, because there is a bigger need that I need to address. So as a pathway, yes, the strategies would work to meet a particular need as an anchor crop, and then I can begin to innovate. Thank you.
The last question, then I have it.
Okay, mine is not a question. There are so many things to say about the rice strategy, but I want to talk about crop insurance. The insurance penetration is very, very low. And it is low because the premium is also very low. There is nothing that policy will do, because if policy is not accepted by the people, by the consumers, the policies often do not work. So I think we should be looking at how to bring the insurance institutions to begin to recognize that there are profits that can be made in the agricultural sector. I don't know how you're going to go about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Andrea.
People with special needs. Thank you. So I have to interpret. And he says he's from Katsinan Northwest. Farmers around that area are usually scared to go to the farms that's for people with special needs. What are you doing in regards to helping them? Right? Okay. That's his question.
All right. Would you, Mr. Lomek, would you like to respond to the question that was asked last? Or I also give you a few moments. We are actually on the last minute of our session. So if you can have a brief reflection on the questions that were asked and then also respond to Madam's question.
So let me just address the issue of data. One of the asks about data. Truly speaking, if you go through our data, I mean, it's not comprehensive. Let's be realistic. You go through, you find out, up to now we're still saying potato, you get 3 tons per hectare. It has gone beyond that. People are getting 15, so we need to upgrade those data. And then you ask of number of people into potato production. You don't even get the data. There's no way you get the data. Those saddled with that responsibility are not getting it right. Somebody mentioned about sun drying. Yeah, sun drying can work, but not perfectly. So what if you do production during the rains? And on the plateau, we have 9 local government producing potato during the rains, and only 4 during the dry season. So what happens during the rain? Where do you get the sun to dry? So definitely you need equipped drying facility to enhance your production and your drying. Then the issue of farmers assistance. Now, if you go through what we're doing on the plateau, truly speaking, we've done a lot, especially clustering the farmers into cooperative groups. And then this capacity building by GIZ. We have a rack technology going on the plateau. That's seed production using local tissue culture material from IITA, adding them, and then we produce mini tubers. And then the farmers come in cluster groups to access those facilities for their production. So that just reduces importation that we normally do from Germany and other countries. So, and then apart from that again, we make sure we provide market for the farmers. If you go on the plateau, potato is not something you keep for long. So my company collects a potato in weight, unlike what is done all over that. You just, the middle people would just sideline the farmer, and then so there's a market, and then we do contract farming with even the farmers. Before you even go into production, we enter a contract, sign the variety needed, the quantity you need to produce, and all these things. So at the end of the day, you'll be giving some input to ease your production, and then the profit comes later to you. So.
And Mr. Lomak, if I've listened carefully, I think you've not addressed Madam's question quite yet. So for people who are suffering from physical disabilities and they might not feel comfortable going to the field, Madam, am I phrasing your question correctly? What are the things we can do in the Northwest about
Okay, disability.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, on the plateau, there's people with disability and they're still farming. they mustn't go physical on the farms. They can employ the services of other people. It's just to get the concept. You know what you're doing. I mean, in communities, we have people that were registered as seed producers, and they're people with disability. They can engage other people to do work for them. Those activities that they can do is easy to do. They perform it themselves. So it's not a barrier for you to go into production.
You. Then I will hand it to Mr. Kazim for a final round of reflections.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. I will attend to one of the speakers' question around affordable, rice. Who doesn't want cheaper rice? Everybody wants that, and we deserve that. It's all about competitive, rice production in terms of price and quality. In fact, the main reason for import is because by the time you produce Nigerian rice, it's higher cost even than imported rice. It's not the main cost, but there are factors also into why it's, the price is high. It's not that the producers want to make it high. As simple as the fuel increase that you see that happen because everybody on the farm use pumps, and it's, gasoline pumps. So the gasoline pumps depends on the 1,200 naira per liter fuel. What do you expect from the rice farmer? So we lack irrigation proper. Yeah, there's a lot of investment that needs to go into that if we want to do this rice majorly. Honestly, it's not about processing capacity, especially in Nigeria. The processing capacity is like this, and the production is just like this. So what I'm saying is that the processing capacity is really huge. There are mills everywhere. They are running below capacity. So that is not even the problem. Well installed. International standard rice mills. But the problem is on the farm. Input is costly. I mentioned seed as the main thing. Fertilizer, you need a lot of, input when it comes to rice. You have urea, you have in good quantity, about roughly maybe 60 kg if you had all of those three times of fertilizer applications together. So it's a lot of input that goes in there, but they are not cheap. They are driven also by imports, those fertilizers, apart from urea these days that we get from, you can get from Dangote and the rest. So in essence, there's a driving, driver for the costs, interventions of investors, and I'm not leaving this to government alone. Yeah, really. So what we are doing at the ECOWAS level mainly is that all of this strategy, national strategy for Nigeria and the rest of the country, they are well written and have everything in there, but is the cost in there? What do you actually need? So I tie it to the first speaker's question. I mean, the question from the lady about data. So we really need to look at, if we have to do irrigation in Nigeria, how much do we actually need to get this thing running? Then how much can we get? How much can we borrow? Honestly, if we have to be borrowing money, we should be borrowing money for those kind of key things that would drive, a particular sector or subsector and make food, more affordable. I'm not also personally an advocate of, subsidy and the rest. Of course, for now, I think maybe that will also be one area, because if you look at Thailand and the rest, what we've learned is that even at the loss, they produce rice. Yeah, so it's if we are serious with this, at some point, I think a lot of things around that value chain have to be subsidized, and definitely that is the only way to get, in the meantime, to get that sector and get a cheaper or affordable rice on the table. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
I think we've not been able to respond to all of the questions, and also not to appreciate all of the interesting contributions also around the idea of an anchor crop that I really liked, that we might take up bilaterally. But I really to thank the two speakers here for going on this journey with me, reflecting on the role of crops, the rice strategy and potato strategy for food system transformation. Thank you for also agreeing to be a little bit challenged by me. I want to thank our audience for the interesting questions and contributions. And thank you for the organizers for allowing us 6 more minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. An interesting session, if you agree with me. And on that note, we are expecting others from the other room to join us here so that we can come up with a summary and conclusion. Okay, so we can as well go back to our respective seats if we are done. Thank you very much. Please, those are in other rooms, I believe you can hear me now, kindly return to the hall. Kindly return to the hall. We're done with the breakout session. From the German Development Corporation, we're looking at crop strategies, barrier or pathway to food system transformation, the German corporation's experience, and the rice and potato strategies. And I believed we all enjoyed this session for those that were in this room right from the onset of the breakout session. As we await the arrival from the other rooms, people from the nutrition and food system policy actions, we're waiting for them to come up with their own summary. And then climate, food insecurity and conflict as well. We're waiting for them to come up with their summary of the discussions they had so that we can propose solutions to them. All right, welcome back. Please be seated. We're about to continue. All right, please settle down. Can we please have representatives from each group? Representative from each group to kindly come up on stage and give us a summary of the discussions had. We're starting with the German Development Corporation first. Do we have a representative? I believe we all had an electrifying session, so we should have a representative, right? Since we're gradually coming to the end of today's program, can we all come up with a representative, please? German Development Corporation, anybody representing that group? Crop strategies, that was your discussion. The same goes for other groups. All right, if we don't have a representative from German Development Corporation, probably we're still coming up with someone. I think we'd have to move on. German. Okay, we have a representative from Global Alliance is ready. All right, fine. Well, we wait for representative from others. We have a representative from Global Alliance and Improved Nutrition. You're welcome, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Right, thank you very much. My apologies, I was accosted outside, so I was delayed coming in. Well, thank you once again for the opportunity to have the side session. How long do I have for this? 5 minutes? Okay. So our session was on nutrition and food system. Sorry, nutrition and food system policy. Let me start again. Nutrition and food system policy actions, leveraging the Nigeria Food Systems Dashboard for coordinated policy action. And we had, for those of you who don't know, the Food Systems Dashboard is a tool that is available, provides information for the food system, helps you to describe the food system at national and state level, helps you to diagnose problems, issues, opportunities with the food system at that level, and also helps you to decide on what actions would be appropriate, either to take advantage of the opportunities or to address the challenges and issues. And so we had a presentation, a keynote from the Statistician General, who was represented by Mr. Fafumi, and also had a really powerful panel consisting of the director in the Ministry of Agric and Food Security, who is responsible for food system, for food security and food safety, Mr. Kilishi, Dr. Abdul Wahab, who is the health advisor to the Governors Forum, Dr. Kwal Andam, who is the country director for IFPRI, and Dr. Nobolu, who is a private consultant, but was very instrumental in the development of the food systems dashboard. So each of these people made commitments on behalf of the constituencies that they represent, and I'm just going to give you a flavor of those very quickly. So from the perspective of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, the commitment is to review the indicators on the dashboard and update them. So in the course of the coming year, they'll be looking at that. And secondly, they'll be looking to develop a user manual and a training package that can be used to roll out capacity building around the use of the dashboard. The Nigerian Governors Forum will help to socialize the indicator set with the state governors in the appropriate format. So they have a set of dashboards that they provide to the state governors. But there's a lot more information on the dashboard that will be really useful for the deliberations. And so they're going to interrogate that and put it together in a way that works, but also collaborate closely on the next iteration of the dashboard. As you would imagine, the dashboard doesn't just do the three things that I said, but it also has to be dynamic. So it needs to be updated, and as data becomes available, it gets updated after the verification process has happened. So the Governors Forum will be really engaged with that, and what has been dubbed Food Systems Dashboard 2.0. IFPRI will be, and not just IFPRI, but I think this is a commitment that all of us who are supporters of government, civil society, the private sector, as NGOs, INGOs, CSOs, and so on, should commit to, which is to really use the dashboard and pull out information from the dashboard to help those that we want to influence, whether they're government officials or the private sector or community groups, maybe creating policy briefs from those that really help them to understand and really, pick out a message from what the dashboard is saying about the issue that is of concern to that constituency. So working on things like policy briefs as an output from that is something that we're committing to, but also further engagement on the use and format to meet people where they are. So currently it's on a system which you can access. You can access it now. It's straightforward. Just Food Systems Dashboard, /NG, and you're there. But are there other formats that we can provide this information? And we'll be looking at that to see how that works. Finally, from the perspective of all of us who are users of the dashboard, our commitment, and I'm including all of you in this, is that we heard a bit about the diagnose feature of the dashboard and how it really helps you to work out where the opportunities are within any component of the food system at any level, national, state level. And so there was an example just describing what that diagnose feature does. And so it's for all of us who are looking to do research or put together a project proposal, or you want to engage with a financing opportunity or whatever, use the dashboard to really use the diagnose feature. So you can determine what the design of your project or your pitch should be. And so all of us are invited to use it in that way. So finally, maybe one point that I thought was interesting was in just talking about what next. And there was a suggestion that now we're looking at the dashboard, providing data at the national level and the state level. Local governments are now getting well funded. They're becoming what they should have been all along, a really strong, tier of policy and intervention. How about thinking about how we bring in local government relevant data into the dashboard? And we're thinking that might be Food Systems Dashboard 3.0. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Country Director, Dr. Michael Ojo, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. That is their conclusion from their breakout session. At this moment, please, I'd like to beg us all to please concentrate more. I understand that a lot of us are, quite tired at this moment, but then again, this is a very important segment of the program. Would like everyone to please concentrate and maintain silence, please. Thank you very much. All right. Representing German Development Corporation, please let's have Dr. Andrea Rudiger on stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In our session that we held earlier, we were debating a question. So it was, let's say, a little bit less concrete than in the breakout session that Gain hosted. And we were wondering to what extent are crop strategies, specifically the rice and potato strategy, barriers or pathways to food system transformation, and specifically to creating a multi-dimensional, multifunctional food system that delivers not only economic outcomes and food security, but also delivers on environmental outcomes, social outcomes, and nutritional security as well. So that was our base question. And so we explored and we identified jointly a number of barriers that are currently arising due to the existing focus on specific crop strategies. Just to name a few here for you, as I'm providing a summary. One is the increased impact on greenhouse gas emissions of promoting crops that have a high ecological footprint, such as rice. The tendency for monocropping, so that you see if you promote one crop and you have great varieties that are very high yielding, you see a lot of farmers adopting them, they crowd out other crops. And so there's a negative effect potentially on agrobiodiversity. There's also a lack of advice on crop rotation and how to grow these crops in a good combination with other crops in the local agricultural system. There's also an increased impact of pests and diseases due to large-scale production and cultivation of a particular variety and crop. And because we were also specifically looking at two value chains and crop strategies for two value chains, which are very carbohydrate heavy and maybe not the most nutritionally interesting crops, there's an impact on nutrition that we also, a barrier that it creates for nutrition security. So these are some of the barriers that we identified, and I hope that makes sense for everyone who didn't follow the full discussion. Secondly, we really tried to identify to what extent can crop strategies such as the potato and rice strategies be also pathways to food system transformation. One very good example was given to our colleague from the ECOWAS Rice Observatory and saying the design of these national crop strategies is already an extremely inclusive multi-stakeholder process, and also ERO itself as an institution gives testimony to that. And it is also a place where inclusivity can be specifically promoted, and this is something that ERO is very committed to do and to continue to do. And I would like to highlight two more points, which the one of which is that both of our panelists agreed that variety development is one of the aspects that is absolutely part and parcel of making crop strategies work for food system transformation. So having locally adapted climate resilient varieties is one of the ways, and they also can be widely grown in different agroecological conditions, is one of the ways in which crop strategies can be made to work for food system transformation. And then finally, actually, a point that came out of our interaction with the audience was the fact that crop strategies are useful, but the question is, how are they rolled out by the extension services? And of course, the extension services, private or public, often don't focus on one crop alone. And so making sure that the messaging that the farmer receives is coherent, and that it is not overly focused on one crop, but that there is a set of pieces of advice that focus on different crops that are relevant to the local agricultural system, can address the barrier of the agrobiodiversity loss that we see as an effect of a strong value chain approach. So this is where I will stop my summary, and I really hope that you could follow with these little snippets out of our conversation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for that summary, Dr. Andrea Rüdiger, representing German Development Corporation. And now representing Mexico, please let's welcome Rafael Ibiabi. Rafael Ibiabi. All right, there he is.
So good evening, everybody. It's been a very eventful day for us, filled with learning and filled with a lot of things. So Mexico hosted, or rather, we facilitated the breakout session on climate, food insecurity, and conflict. And we looked at innovative strategies for building resilience in vulnerable communities. One thing that stood out during our breakout session was the topic resonated with everybody in the room. We had persons that were willing to open up about strategies that they've been using. And one of the strongest strategies that we got out from that, from the brainstorming session, was that there are so many possibilities in Nigeria. There are so many possibilities in agriculture in Nigeria. A key word that came out from it is that we cannot plant everything, but we can plant something. That was one strong word that came out from it. Another thing that was really, really striking about the innovations that have been deployed is that there is a provision for smallholder farmers with with weather-related, providing smallholder farmers with weather-related information that will help them know how to plant, when to plant, and how to prepare for different seasons of planting. With that being said, some of our panelists or participants actually committed towards providing this information as they get them, timely information, not just information. Number two was that we had people discuss about how to conduct baseline assessments about impact of climate change in states across the country. And a commitment came out from there where one of the participants decided to committed to provide information about regions where they live, where they work, and where their implementations have been existing in these. And we'll be sharing it across board to ensure that every information that is needed is gotten as at when due. So one thing we also noticed from the discussion is that there is the inspiration to do a lot, and there is the will to partner and collaborate across different organizations in the room. Organizations showed their interest in partnering in dry season farming, agricultural input supplies, and agrofinancing. An organization in our cluster shared their inputs on how they've been able to use cluster farming to support the fight against youth restiveness with a key statement that if youths are actively engaged in agricultural activities during the day, it will be difficult for them to engage in conflict activities at night. So we had a key word that if you engage them in the daytime, they will not have the time to engage you at night. So one of the innovations that we actually looked around was soilless farming, vertical farming and soilless farming. And one of the organizations among the team we worked with spoke about how they've been able to provide trainings in hydroponics, aeroponics, and other forms of soilless farming to youths across the southwest of Nigeria, and looking to scale to the northeast, the north central, and the northwest in Nigeria. And of course, the provision of renewable energy, training on renewable energy in agriculture. That is one of the innovations we got. And then another organization is committed to plan to start training young persons in agricultural business, in agribusiness, from primary schools to secondary schools, to take the message down to those schools so that when it becomes interesting, they will try to train farmers to transition from conventional agriculture into the use of probiotics in agriculture to enable the yield increase. And to do this, they will need a lot of partnership. Another striking thing from our session is that though there is a huge funding gap for operation and the will for people to collaborate, for food insecurity to be tackled, and for conflict to be tackled, there needs to be a free flow of information as at when due. Thank you.
Thank you. Information is power, and it is key for agribusiness to thrive. Raphael Ebiabi, representing Mexico. Once again, can we put our hands together for him? And on that note, I think that brings us to the end of the summary of the breakout sessions that we had. Please very distinguished guests. Let me welcome the senior managers for a close.
Good afternoon, esteemed Changemakers. On behalf of Sahel Consulting, I would like to express our profound gratitude to all those who contributed to the success of Sahel Food Systems Changemakers 2024. Firstly, we would like to thank our esteemed guests, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Dr. Sabi Abdullahi, and the Honorable Minister of Budget and Planning, well represented by Dr. Sonjo